In the Valley of Mexico, beneath skies where eagles soared and surrounded by volcanic peaks, a civilization arose whose spiritual vision would shape the course of history in Mesoamerica. This people, who called themselves Mexica, but whom history often labels as Aztecs, created not merely stories, but an intricate framework that explained existence itself, justified their rise to power, and established the rhythms of daily life. For these central Mexican people, sacred narratives transcended simple tales. Their accounts functioned simultaneously as historical record, divine prophecy, and universal truth. Unlike modern distinctions between fact and fiction, their worldview interwove these realms. Their sacred stories were living entities, breathing, evolving, and manifesting in the world through ritual, architecture, and the social order itself. These narratives reached the population through multiple channels. Priests and elders transmitted ancient wisdom through oral tradition, their words carefully preserved across generations. The elite commissioned elaborate pictorial manuscripts, the codices, where complex symbolism captured divine histories. The Codex Borgia, with its vibrant depictions of deities and celestial cycles, and the Codex Mendoza, documenting imperial conquests alongside spiritual imagery, stand among the most significant survivors of Spanish destruction. The Templo Mayor of Tenochtitlan embodied these sacred beliefs in stone and sacrifice. Its dual shrines to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, its carefully aligned staircases, and the massive sculpted disc of the dismembered goddess Coyolxauhqui at its base, all manifested the supernatural landscape in physical form. For ordinary citizens, calendar rituals marked by feasting, dancing, and bloodletting connected daily existence to these divine patterns. Despite their sophisticated theological system, these indigenous people were relative newcomers to central Mexico. Migrating from the northern deserts in the early 13th century, they initially served as mercenaries for established city-states. Looked down upon by older cultures as uncivilized outsiders, they gradually absorbed local traditions while maintaining their distinct identity centered on their patron deity, Huitzilopochtli. By the early 15th century, this once marginalized society had transformed into imperial rulers through a combination of military prowess, strategic alliances, and religious innovation. Under leaders like Itzcoatl and Tlacaelel, they forged the Triple Alliance with neighboring city-states Texcoco and Tlacopan, establishing hegemony over much of central Mexico. Alongside this political consolidation came a deliberate reshaping of their origin stories to justify their rapid ascension. "We must destroy the old books," Tlacaelel reportedly declared, initiating a systematic revision of historical records to emphasize divine destiny. This calculated spiritual engineering elevated them from humble migrants to chosen people of the sun god. Their conquests reframed as sacred obligations rather than mere territorial expansion. Sacred narratives permeated every aspect of this imperial society. The complex calendar system, with its 260-day ritual cycle, interlocking with a 365-day solar year, determined auspicious days for everything from planting crops to waging war. Social classes reflected divine order, with nobles claiming closer connection to celestial ancestries than commoners. Even tribute collection from conquered territories drew legitimacy from ancestral precedents. For ordinary people in Tenochtitlan or rural farming communities, these beliefs provided both meaning and practical guidance. A farmer offering blood to ensure rain understood this act within the context of Tlaloc's ancient pact with humanity. Warriors who captured enemies for sacrifice participated directly in the eternal struggle to nourish the sun, god Huitzilopochtli, preventing universal cataclysm. Poets and philosophers explored these universal truths through the concept of flower and song, in Xochitl, in Cuicatl. This poetic tradition acknowledged both the beauty and impermanence of earthly existence while seeking deeper spiritual truths. As one surviving poem expresses, only on earth is the region of the fleeting moment. Is it also thus in the place where in some way one lives? Such philosophical questions reveal the sophisticated theological reflections underlying this central Mexican religion. The spiritual framework of the Triple Alliance was not static, but responsive to political needs and cultural exchange. When conquering a region, they often incorporated local deities into their pantheon, rather than simply imposing their gods. This religious syncretism created an ever-expanding divine hierarchy while reinforcing imperial authority. The principal deities maintained their primacy, but local gods received recognition within the broader theological system. Within Tenochtitlan itself, religious specialists devoted their lives to maintaining supernatural order. Priests underwent rigorous training from childhood, learning the complex ritual calendar, astronomical observations, and proper ceremonial procedures. Their bloodletting and fasting established communication channels with divine powers. Alongside them, skilled artisans created the physical manifestations of the sacred: temple sculptures, ritual objects, and elaborate costumes that brought otherworldly forces into the tangible world. For all its apparent exotic remoteness to modern eyes, this Mesoamerican spiritual worldview addressed universal human concerns: the origin of existence, the problem of death, the unpredictability of nature, and the search for meaning. Their answers involved a complex understanding of time as both cyclical and linear, where creation inevitably led to destruction only for the cycle to begin anew. Their beliefs acknowledged fundamental dualities: creation and destruction, life and death, order and chaos, not as opposing forces, but as complementary aspects of a greater whole. This belief system would face its greatest challenge with the arrival of Spanish conquistadors in the early 16th century. The sacred framework that had guided imperial expansion for generations would itself become entangled with prophecies of doom and return, creating a fateful ambiguity that complicated their response to these bearded strangers from across the eastern waters. To understand this civilization, its rise, its imperial power, and its ultimate fate, requires entering this spiritual landscape. Their vision of the universe was not merely decorative folklore, but the conceptual foundation upon which an empire was built. From the grand cycles of creation and destruction to the intimate relationship between human sacrifice and agricultural fertility, their sacred traditions provided both the questions and answers that defined Mesoamerican reality. The story begins not with these people themselves, but with the ancient beliefs they inherited, adapted, and transformed to create one of the most complex spiritual systems in the ancient world. Long before the central Mexican people arrived in the Valley of Mexico, the spiritual foundations of their worldview had been laid by earlier civilizations whose monuments still dotted the landscape. These ancestral cultures had established the fundamental patterns of Mesoamerican thought that would eventually shape how the newcomers understood the universe, though these inherited traditions would be transformed to suit imperial ambitions. The Olmec, who flourished along the Gulf Coast from roughly 1500 to 400 BC, established many of the core elements that would endure throughout Mesoamerican history. Their colossal stone heads, jaguar imagery, and early versions of the rain deity reveal the beginnings of a distinctive theological approach. The Olmec concept of divine kingship, where rulers mediated between earthly and supernatural realms, established a pattern of religious authority that would echo through the centuries to Tenochtitlan's later priest-kings. By the time of Teotihuacan's dominance in the first half of the first millennium AD, these foundational concepts had evolved into an elaborate spiritual system. This immense metropolis, whose ruins still inspire awe today, established architectural patterns expressing cosmological principles, most notably in the alignment of the Avenue of the Dead, with celestial movements and the imposing pyramids of the sun and moon. The people of Teotihuacan developed sophisticated calendar systems and ritual practices centered on the feathered serpent deity, their version of Quetzalcoatl, whose temple dominated the city's central processional way. When Teotihuacan mysteriously collapsed around 650 AD, its cultural legacy dispersed throughout Mesoamerica. The Toltecs, emerging several centuries later as the next great power in central Mexico, claimed direct inheritance of Teotihuacan's prestige. Their capital at Tollan, modern Tula, became synonymous with civilization itself, a place of such legendary status that for centuries afterward, claiming Toltec ancestry gave legitimacy to ruling dynasties throughout the region. In Tollan, wealth abounded, recounts one ancient text. Squashes grew vast, cotton in beautiful colors grew naturally. There were precious birds of shining emerald, lustrous golden yellow, and brilliant red. This idealized vision of Tollan as a paradise of abundance and refinement held tremendous power in the Mesoamerican imagination. For the people who would later arrive in the region as impoverished outsiders, association with this illustrious heritage became a crucial aspect of their claim to power. The semi-historical, semi-legendary figure Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl emerged during the Toltec era as a cultural hero whose legacy would profoundly influence later thought. Described in varying accounts as a wise ruler, master craftsman, and spiritual leader, his story blended with that of the deity Quetzalcoatl to create a complex narrative of civilization, fall, and prophesied return. According to these accounts, Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl established a golden age at Tollan before being driven into exile through the machinations of rival deities and their earthly representatives. Toltec craftsmen were celebrated for their extraordinary skill, particularly in working with precious materials like jade, gold, and quetzal feathers. The term Tolteca became synonymous with artistic mastery throughout Mesoamerica. When the newcomers later sought to establish their cultural legitimacy, they emphasized their connection to this tradition of excellence, adopting Toltec artistic styles and claiming descent from Toltec nobles who had supposedly settled among them during their wanderings. By the time these migrating tribes arrived in the Valley of Mexico in the early 13th century, the region had fragmented into numerous competing city-states following the Toltec collapse. Each maintained local variants of the broader Mesoamerican tradition, with distinctive patron deities and ceremonial practices. These established powers initially dismissed the newly arrived wanderers as uncultured barbarians, forcing them to serve as mercenaries and settle in marginal territories. This period of subjugation proved crucial for spiritual development. Serving various city-states exposed these newcomers to different ritual practices and divine hierarchies. From the Tepanecs of Azcapotzalco, they absorbed military traditions associated with the eagle and jaguar warrior orders. From Culhuacan, they claimed connection to the prestigious Toltec lineage through strategic marriages. From Texcoco, they later incorporated philosophical refinements and poetic traditions that would elevate their theological understanding. The once marginalized people transformed these varied influences into something distinctive through a process of selective adaptation. Unlike many conquerors throughout history, they did not simply impose their beliefs on defeated peoples. Instead, they incorporated local traditions into an increasingly complex pantheon, while maintaining the supremacy of their patron deity, Huitzilopochtli. This approach simultaneously demonstrated respect for local beliefs, while subordinating them to the religious authority of the growing empire. When political supremacy was established in the region through the Triple Alliance in the early 15th century, the rulers initiated a remarkable program of spiritual revisionism. Under the guidance of the high priest and royal advisor Tlacaelel, they systematically reinterpreted existing traditions to place themselves at the center of cosmic history. This ambitious project involved both the destruction of older historical records and the creation of new narratives emphasizing divine destiny. The history of other peoples is not for us to guard, Tlacaelel reportedly counseled. We shall create our own tradition. This statement reflects not simply political calculation, but a genuine belief in divine mission. By reframing their recent rise to power within ancient sacred patterns, they made imperial expansion appear not as naked conquest, but as the fulfillment of divine will. The emphasis on human sacrifice, while rooted in older Mesoamerican traditions, took on unprecedented scale under the Triple Alliance. This intensification reflected both theological conviction and imperial strategy. The belief that the sun required nourishment through human hearts to continue its journey had ancient antecedents, but the ruling elite linked this cosmic necessity specifically to their patron deity Huitzilopochtli and to their own identity as the people of the sun. This connection provided divine sanction for warfare aimed at capturing sacrificial victims. Archaeological evidence reveals how the imperial center physically anchored its rule in the sacred landscape. At Tenochtitlan, they built their great temple directly atop earlier structures, incorporating them into a new sacred center that dwarfed its predecessors. The orientation and dimensions of the Templo Mayor deliberately referenced older sacred sites, while exceeding them in scale and splendor. Through such architectural statements, the ruling culture positioned themselves as the culmination of Mesoamerican history, rather than mere inheritors. The remarkable speed of cultural development, from marginalized newcomers to sophisticated imperial power in just over a century, owes much to their strategic approach to spiritual heritage. Rather than rejecting the traditions of more established cultures, they immersed themselves in this inheritance while reconfiguring it to serve their needs. The great temples, ritual performances, and artistic traditions thus emerged not as revolutionary breaks from the past, but as transformative continuations. Oral histories preserved by indigenous communities after the Spanish conquest reveal how the imperial culture positioned themselves within existing sacred narratives while adding distinctive elements. Their celebrated origin story, in which they departed from the mythical Aztlan, following divine guidance from Huitzilopochtli, follows patterns established in earlier migration accounts, while emphasizing their special relationship with the sun deity. Similarly, their belief in the five suns, or cosmic ages, built upon widespread Mesoamerican cyclical time concepts, while placing special emphasis on the current, fifth age, as one particularly connected to their destiny. This ability to synthesize diverse influences into a coherent and distinctive worldview helps explain how these once despised outsiders transformed themselves into imperial rulers whose authority extended across much of Mesoamerica. Their sacred traditions served not merely as spiritual comfort, but as sophisticated tools for understanding and ordering the world. Tools forged from ancient patterns, but shaped to address the specific challenges and opportunities of their historical moment. The spiritual vision that sustained the Triple Alliance emerged through this creative tension between reverence for inherited wisdom and the transformative power of new revelation. The ancient Mesoamerican view of time and existence centered on a profound vision of cosmic epochs, the five suns. This cyclical interpretation of universal history portrayed a world repeatedly formed and annihilated, each age concluding with catastrophe, only to be renewed through divine self-offering. For the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan, this wasn't abstract theory, but living reality that influenced every facet of daily existence and provided justification for their most sacred ceremonies. According to traditional accounts preserved in pictorial manuscripts like the Borgia and Chimalpopoca, the cosmos had already experienced 4 complete eras before our current age. Each previous sun featured unique divine guardians, different human inhabitants, and distinctive subsistence patterns. Crucially, each ended with a specific form of devastating destruction, eradicating its population and requiring divine powers to initiate creation once more. The first sun, Nahuatl, or 4 Jaguar, existed under Tezcatlipoca's guardianship, the obsidian mirror deity of destiny and darkness. During this inaugural era, giants populated the earth, surviving on wild foods without agricultural knowledge. These early beings lacked the ceremonial knowledge necessary to sustain universal order. This period concluded when enormous jaguars, physical manifestations of supernatural power, consumed both the giants and the celestial body itself, casting the world into darkness. And it is said, relates one indigenous document, that when this sun perished, the jaguars devoured all the people. Those who had lived during the first sun were consumed. Such was the uncertain nature of existence in Mesoamerican thought. Even celestial bodies required proper nourishment and ritual attention to persist. The second sun, Nahuatl, or 4-Wind, arose under Quetzalcoatl's guidance, the plumed serpent who introduced civilization. The inhabitants of this epoch lived in a period governed by air currents. Though societal advancements had occurred, these communities still failed to provide sufficient offerings to maintain cosmic equilibrium. Destruction arrived as hurricane-force gales that swept away humanity, transforming survivors into primates who sought refuge in forests. These early epochs embodied significant spiritual principles. The cycles of formation and devastation established that existence itself was delicate, requiring continuous maintenance through proper ceremonial observation. The transformation of survivors into various creatures, primates, fowl, aquatic life, and canines in different narratives, suggested ongoing connections between human and animal domains, explaining why certain creatures exhibited human-like characteristics. The third sun, Nahuatl, or 4-Rain, was overseen by Tlaloc, the crucial precipitation deity. During this period, a more sophisticated human society developed, yet they too neglected their obligations to supernatural forces. Catastrophe came as fiery rainfall, perhaps describing volcanic activity that consumed the world. Survivors transformed into butterflies, avian species, and canines, according to various accounts. In these narratives, the forms of destruction corresponded to the nature of the presiding guardian: felines for Tezcatlipoca's era, atmospheric phenomena for Quetzalcoatl's, conflagration for Tlaloc's, suggesting a natural equilibrium where each force ultimately returns to its origin. This pattern reinforced the traditional understanding that every power contained its opposite, every genesis its eventual dissolution. The fourth sun, Nahuatl, or 4-Water, was governed by Xalchiutlicu, guardian of rivers, lakes, and waterways. During this time, humanity approached proper harmony with divine forces, developing cultivation techniques and more complex social structures. Yet even this advanced society ultimately failed to maintain the necessary sacred balance. Destruction came as an immense deluge that submerged the world, with survivors transformed into fish. These four previous eras established a pattern that explained present circumstances while foretelling the future. For people living during the fifth sun, these weren't simply ancient legends, but urgent cautions. If previous worlds, with their inhabitants, had been destroyed despite their achievements, what hope could the current age have without extraordinary dedication to cosmic maintenance? The fifth sun, Nahueolin, or Four Movement, emerged through an extraordinary act of divine sacrifice at ancient Teotihuacan. According to sacred histories, after the flood that concluded the fourth sun, the divine beings gathered in darkness to determine who would become the new celestial light. The humble deity Nanahuatzin, Little Pustule, volunteered to cast himself into the sacred flames, emerging transformed as the radiant orb. The proud deity Techiztecatl followed, becoming the moon. However, this newly created sun remained stationary in the eastern sky, unable to begin its journey. Only when all divine beings sacrificed themselves did the sun begin to move, establishing the fundamental principle that would govern indigenous religious practice. Without sacrifice, cosmic motion halts. The life essence of the gods set the universe in motion, and human vital energy would be required to sustain it. Unlike previous eras assigned to specific deities, the fifth sun belonged to the principle of movement, Olin itself, representing a more dynamic and precarious cosmic arrangement. The calendar symbol for Olin resembles 4 points around a central eye, suggesting both stability and the constant threat of disruption. Before the five suns, before the earth itself, existed a more fundamental reality, the primordial divine energies that would eventually shape all creation. The ancient Mesoamerican understanding of cosmic origins began not with emptiness, but with duality, a complementary pairing of masculine and feminine principles that together comprised the generative source of all existence. This founding concept of paired opposites would echo throughout the entire spiritual system of central Mexico. At the highest level of divine reality dwelled Ometeotl, a name literally meaning two God or dual divinity. This entity encompassed both Ometecutli, Lord of Duality, and Omechihuatl, Lady of Duality, representing the masculine and feminine aspects existing in perfect unity. Unlike the more active powers who would later intervene in worldly affairs, Ometeotl remained somewhat removed from direct interaction with creation, serving instead as the fundamental source from which all other divine energies emerged. That which is above all heavens, that which is beyond all reach, as one poetic fragment describes this ultimate divine reality. The one through whom we live, the one who is night and wind. This description suggests a being both transcendent and immanent, beyond direct experience yet permeating all existence. Ometeotl resided in Omeocan, the place of duality, conceptualized as the highest of the 13 heavens in the indigenous cosmic structure. From this primordial duality came the four fundamental forces personified as the Tezcatlipocas, or smoking mirrors, each associated with a cardinal direction and a distinctive color. These entities represented the active principles that would shape the emergent cosmos. Their complex interrelationships established the pattern of creative tension that would characterize the universe. The black Tezcatlipoca, associated with the north, embodied night, obsidian, sorcery, and fate. This entity, often referred to simply as Tezcatlipoca, represented both creative and destructive potential, watching human affairs through his obsidian mirror and intervening through unpredictable manifestations. His occasional appearance as a jaguar connected him to the primal forces that would later destroy the first sun. The blue Tezcatlipoca, associated with the south, was better known as Huitzilopochtli, the hummingbird deity who would later become the special patron of the people of Tenochtitlan. Representing the power of will, warfare, and solar energy, this force embodied the principle of active struggle necessary for cosmic maintenance. The red Tezcatlipoca, associated with the east, manifested as Xipe Totec, our Lord the Flayed One, governing agricultural fertility, seasonal renewal, and the painful process of transformation. This divine power embodied the principle that new life emerges through sacrifice of the old. The white Tezcatlipoca, associated with the west, was more commonly known as Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, representing wisdom, creativity, and civilization. This force embodied the organizing principles necessary for cosmic order. The complex relationship between white and black Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, would become central to later creation narratives. Each of these primordial forces contained aspects of all others, just as Ometeotl contained both masculine and feminine principles. Black contained white, death contained life, destruction contained creation, not as separate opposites, but as complementary aspects of unified processes. This perspective created a theological system more sophisticated than simple dualism, recognizing the necessary interplay of seemingly contradictory forces. Having established these fundamental energies, indigenous creation accounts describe a series of creative acts that gradually formed the layered cosmos. Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, representing complementary creative principles, work together despite their inherent tension. The cosmos they shaped consisted of 13 ascending heavens, the earthly realm, and 9 descending underworlds, creating a structured universe with specific divine residents at each level. One central creation story tells how these two powers, seeing only primordial waters below, transformed themselves into enormous serpents and tore apart the great earth monster Tzipactli, sometimes called Tlaltecutli, Earth Lord. From this dismembered cosmic being, they created the physical world, mountains from its bones, rivers from its blood, caves and springs from its eyes and mouth. This violent act of creation established a recurring pattern where new order emerges through sacrifice and dismemberment. And Tzipactli was thrown down, recounts one ancient text. All that was solid in her became earth, and from her hair and skin came grasses and small flowers. From her eyes, wells and springs and small caves. From her mouth, rivers and large caves. From her nose, valleys. From her shoulders, mountains. This creation through dismemberment established a reciprocal relationship between divine and human realms. Just as the supernatural beings sacrificed a cosmic entity to create the world, humans would later be expected to offer sacrifices to maintain what had been created. The earth, born through violence, required continued offerings to sustain its fertility. With the physical world established, attention turned to creating appropriate inhabitants. According to sacred histories, multiple attempts were required before achieving a satisfactory human population. These successive attempts parallel the different human types associated with each of the 5 suns, but focus specifically on the internal development of the current age. The first human prototypes lacked proper proportion and intelligence. Some accounts describe these earliest beings as misshapen giants who could not properly venerate the divine powers. These failed creations were destroyed or transformed into various animals or natural features. The lesson embedded in these failed attempts emphasized that humans existed primarily to honor and sustain divine forces, Beings incapable of this sacred duty had no place in the cosmic order. The gradual refinement of human creation reflected broader cultural values throughout ancient Mesoamerica. Each successive attempt brought humanity closer to the ideal of beings who could both receive divine blessings and reciprocate through proper ritual observance. This mutual relationship between human and divine realms formed the core of religious practice in the Valley of Mexico. The cosmos that emerged from these creative acts exhibited both vertical and horizontal organization, reflecting a sophisticated conceptualization of space. Vertically, the universe consisted of 13 ascending heavens, each with specific divine residence. The earthly realm, and 9 descending underworlds culminating in Mictlan, the land of the dead. This vertical structure was connected by a central axis often represented by the great ceiba tree, Yaxche, whose branches reached into the heavens and roots extended into the underworld. Horizontally, the cosmos was organized according to the 4 cardinal directions, each associated with specific colors, elements, and divine forces. East represented light, fertility, and new beginnings. North embodied cold, ancestral wisdom, and death. West signified females, darkness, and the setting sun. South represented heat, youth, and raw energy. A 5th direction, the center where the vertical axis passed through the earthly realm, represented balance and integration. This complex spatial organization provided a template for everything, from temple architecture to city planning. Tenochtitlan itself was divided into 4 main quarters, radiating from the sacred precinct at the center, physically embodying the cosmic pattern. Similarly, the Templo Mayor, with its dual shrines to Huitzilopochtli, south, and Tlaloc, north, materialized cosmic principles in architectural form, creating a physical representation of divine balance. The layered heavens housed different classes of supernatural beings, with the highest realms occupied by the most abstract and remote divine principles. The 13th heaven, Omeocan, housed the dual creator, Ometeotl. Below this resided various manifestations of celestial powers, each with specific functions in maintaining cosmic order. The arrangement of these realms reflected both hierarchy and complementarity, with opposing forces distributed to maintain universal balance. The 9 underworlds, beginning immediately below the Earth's surface, featured increasingly challenging environments culminating in Mictlan, the deepest realm where most human souls eventually arrived. This journey through the underworld took 4 years for the deceased, requiring passage through regions of clashing mountains, razor-sharp winds, and other obstacles. Only those who died special deaths in childbirth, battle, or by water avoided this arduous journey, ascending instead to specialized paradises. This elaborate cosmic architecture provided priests and philosophers of ancient Mesoamerica with a comprehensive framework for understanding reality. Every natural phenomenon, from thunderstorms to earthquakes, could be located within this system and attributed to specific divine activities. Similarly, human experiences from birth to death found meaningful context within this cosmic order. Nothing occurred randomly. Everything reflected the ongoing interactions of divine powers operating according to discernible patterns. Particularly remarkable was the indigenous understanding of the reciprocal relationship between cosmic levels. The divine beings had created the world through sacrifice, but they in turn depended on human offerings to maintain their strength. This mutual dependence created a universe where both supernatural and human actors shared responsibility for maintaining cosmic order. Human ritual was not mere supplication, but essential participation in universal processes. The cosmic creation accounts also established fundamental patterns that would repeat throughout central Mexican religious thought. The principles of duality, sacrifice, dismemberment, and reconstitution appeared at every level, from cosmic origins to agricultural cycles to human ritual practices. When priests flayed sacrificial victims and wore their skins during spring fertility rituals, they reenacted primordial creative processes, participating in fundamental cosmic patterns established at the beginning of time. Archaeological evidence from Tenochtitlan's Templo Mayor reveals how these creation narratives influenced architectural symbolism. The temple's platform featured sculptures of dismembered divine beings, explicitly connecting the sacred building to primordial creative acts. Similarly, offerings buried within the temple included items symbolizing the four directions and cosmic layers, physically embedding cosmic architecture within the ritual center. The indigenous concept of creation differed significantly from linear models familiar to Western thinking. Rather than a single definitive creative act, the ancient Mesoamericans envisioned ongoing cycles of creation, destruction, and recreation. The universe required constant maintenance through both divine and human action. This perspective created a distinctive consciousness, where creation was never complete but continually threatened, requiring vigilant participation in its maintenance. While many aspects of this complex cosmology had antecedents in older traditions, the people of the Triple Alliance synthesized these elements into a particularly cohesive system that justified their imperial position. By identifying their patron deity, Huitzilopochtli, as one of the four fundamental cosmic forces, the blue Tezcatlipoca, they positioned themselves at the center of universal processes. Their conquests became not mere political expansion, but the fulfillment of cosmic necessity. For ordinary citizens, these abstract cosmological principles manifested in daily life through household shrines, ritual observations keyed to the calendar, and participation in larger community ceremonies. The layered cosmos was not merely a theological concept, but a lived reality, with different divine powers requiring appropriate offerings at specific times and places. The comprehensive nature of this system meant that virtually every human activity, from planting crops to weaving cloth, connected to the divine creative forces. The violent aspects of creation mythology in central Mexico, dismemberment, sacrifice, and cataclysm, reflected an understanding of the fundamental nature of existence. Creation always required destruction. Life emerged from death. Order developed from chaos. This perspective produced a distinctive cultural outlook that embraced the necessary partnership of seeming opposites, rather than seeking to eliminate one in favor of the other. Even as warriors captured sacrificial victims for ritual purposes, poets contemplated the transience of mortal existence and the mystery of divine purpose. This interplay between seemingly contradictory forces permeated spiritual thought at every level throughout ancient Mesoamerica. The cosmos emerged not from singularity, but from duality and multiplicity, paired opposites generating creative tension. Even the most fearsome divine beings displayed both destructive and nurturing aspects, much as the natural forces they represented could both destroy and sustain human communities. This nuanced understanding produced a religious system of remarkable sophistication, capable of accommodating complexity rather than reducing it to simplistic formulations. From the primordial duality of Ometeotl through the four Tezcatlipocas and into the manifold deities of the indigenous pantheon, the divine realm displayed increasing differentiation and specialization. This proliferation of divine powers reflected a fundamental insight. The complexity of existence required multiple principles working in concert, rather than a single governing force. The resulting pantheon, while initially bewildering to outsiders, offered a remarkably comprehensive framework for understanding natural processes and human experiences. This central Mexican religious system presents one of history's most complex spiritual hierarchies, with hundreds of divine beings arranged in elaborate order. Far from a chaotic assemblage, this divine structure reflected a sophisticated understanding of natural forces, social structures, and cosmic principles. Though bewildering to early Spanish observers, who often mistook specialized aspects of the same supernatural power for entirely different entities, the indigenous populations navigated this spiritual landscape with remarkable precision, knowing which divine force to petition for specific needs at particular times. At the summit of daily religious practice stood Huitzilopochtli, hummingbird of the left or hummingbird of the south, the special patron of the Nahua peoples. Unlike many others in the pantheon, Huitzilopochtli had no clear antecedent among earlier Mesoamerican civilizations, suggesting his elevation reflected the specific historical experience of the Tenochtitlan inhabitants. As the blue Tezcatlipoca within the cosmic order, he embodied solar energy, warfare, and the will to overcome obstacles, qualities that resonated deeply with communities who had transformed themselves from marginal outsiders to imperial rulers. Huitzilopochtli's story, explored in greater detail in later sections, established him as a warrior from birth, emerging fully armed from his mother Coatlicue to defend her against his sister Coyolxauhqui and the 400 southern stars. This martial character made him the perfect patron for a society that relied increasingly on military conquest. His temple atop the Templo Mayor faced south toward the conquered territories that supplied sacrificial victims to nourish him, physically orienting imperial expansion toward his domain. The terrible one, the awesome one, who demands blood and hearts. So described one ancient hymn. Yet despite these fearsome qualities, Huitzilopochtli also embodied rejuvenation and vital energy. His association with hummingbirds connected him to these remarkable creatures who, like the sun, appeared to die each night only to revive with remarkable vigor each morning. This parallel between the hummingbird's daily revival and the sun's eternal cycle reinforced the connection between Huitzilopochtli and solar energy. While Huitzilopochtli dominated official state religion, especially military matters, daily life for most people revolved more around Tlaloc, the ancient rain deity whose worship stretched back to Teotihuacan and beyond. With his distinctive goggle eyes and fanged mouth, Tlaloc controlled the life-giving rains upon which Mesoamerican agriculture depended. His realm extended to mountains, caves, and springs, all sources of water essential for survival in the Valley of Mexico. Tlaloc commanded both reverence and terror. His blessing brought abundant crops, but his anger manifested as drought, floods, or hail that could destroy an entire season's planting. Children sacrificed to him on mountaintops were not considered victims, but transformed into his helpers, their tears becoming the rain that nourished the fields below. His own tears were considered precious, falling as rain to sustain humanity. The jewel shrine atop the Templo Mayor placed him equal in importance to Huitzilopochtli, with his temple facing north toward the mountains where rain clouds gathered. "Give us not luxury or abundance only," petitioned one prayer to Tlaloc, "but that which is necessary and suitable for us on earth." This humble request reflected the precarious balance of agricultural life, where too much rain could prove as devastating as too little. Tlaloc's worship permeated daily existence for farmers throughout the region, with regular offerings at small shrines near fields and more elaborate ceremonies at specific calendar points. Complementing Tlaloc in the agricultural realm stood his consort Chalchiuhtli, she of the jade skirt, a guardian of terrestrial waters, lakes, and rivers. Where Tlaloc governed falling rain, Chalchiuhtli controlled its gathering and flow across the landscape. Her domain held particular significance in the Valley of Mexico, with its extensive lake system upon which Tenochtitlan itself was built. Every crossing of Lake Texcoco required appropriate acknowledgement of her power. Chalchiuhtli presided over the fourth sun in cosmic history, which ended in a great flood, demonstrating both her nurturing potential and destructive capacity. Women in childbirth invoked her protection, as did those washing clothes or gathering water for household use. Her association with jade reflected the precious blue-green color of water itself, considered the most valuable substance in Mesoamerican aesthetics. Quetzalcoatl, feathered serpent, embodied one of the most ancient and enduring religious concepts in the region. As the white Tezcatlipoca within the cosmic structure, he represented wisdom, creativity, and priestly knowledge. His dual nature, part bird, Quetzal, and part reptile, Coatl, symbolized the union of sky and earth, a mediating force between cosmic realms. Archaeological evidence from Teotihuacan through the Toltec period shows his continuous significance across centuries and cultures. The inventor of the calendar, of books, of ceremonies, declared one account, highlighting Quetzalcoatl's association with cultural achievements. Beyond these civilizing influences, he played crucial roles in cosmic creation, helping to raise the sky after it collapsed onto the earth, creating humanity from bones retrieved from the underworld, and discovering maize to sustain human life. His temple, often circular rather than rectangular, featured distinctive architectural elements reflecting his unique status. The complex relationship between Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca established a fundamental creative tension in indigenous theology. These two forces represented complementary yet competing cosmic principles: order versus chaos, stability versus change, reason versus intuition. Their ongoing struggle drove the cosmic cycles, with neither gaining permanent advantage. This balance prevented stagnation, while avoiding total dissolution, maintaining the dynamic equilibrium necessary for existence. Tezcatlipoca, smoking mirror, embodied the most enigmatic and paradoxical qualities in the central Mexican pantheon. As the black Tezcatlipoca within the cosmic order, he represented fate, night, sorcery, and the unseen forces that shape human destiny. His name derived from his primary symbol, an obsidian mirror that both reflected reality and revealed hidden truths. Through this mirror, he observed human actions, intervening unpredictably to test, punish, or occasionally reward. Lord of the near and far, night and wind, he whose slaves we are. These epithets captured Tezcatlipoca's omnipresent yet elusive nature. Unlike more specialized divine powers associated with specific natural phenomena, Tezcatlipoca transcended simple categorization. He could appear in multiple forms, as a jaguar prowling the night, as a young warrior testing human resolve, or as an invisible presence watching from shadows. His worship involved practices of introspection unusual in Mesoamerican religion, including confession of transgressions to his priests. The relationship of common people to Tezcatlipoca differed markedly from their approach to agricultural deities like Tlaloc, where rain guardians received petitions for specific blessings. Tezcatlipoca required acknowledgement of human limitations and acceptance of fate. Young warriors undertook rituals acknowledging that regardless of their skill or courage, their destiny ultimately rested in Tezcatlipoca's hands. This acceptance of life's fundamental uncertainty represented a sophisticated theological position, recognizing forces beyond human control while maintaining ethical responsibility. Among the most visually striking divine beings was Zipe Totec, our Lord the Flayed One, who manifested as a priest wearing the flayed skin of a sacrificial victim. As the red Tezcatlipoca within the cosmic structure, he governed agricultural fertility, seasonal renewal, and the painful process of transformation. His grotesque appearance, a living being draped in dead human skin, embodied the principle that new life emerges through the death of the old. Zipetotec's primary festival, Tlacaxi-Pehualistli, the flaying of men, occurred during the spring planting season. Victims sacrificed to him were flayed, and priests donned their skins for 20 days, symbolizing the earth donning a new green covering with the spring rains. This period marked the critical transition between dry and wet seasons, when agricultural success for the entire year hung in the balance. Farmers prayed to Zipe Totec for protection from the agricultural diseases that could devastate young maize plants. Make the green maize plants break through. Make the Quetzal flowers break through, petitioned one ritual song to Zipe Totec, expressing the anxious hope of farmers planting their fields. The central metaphor of shedding skin perfectly captured the Mesoamerican agricultural cycle, where fields appeared dead during the dry season before bursting into vibrant green life with the rains. Through this powerful symbolism, Zipe Totec connected human sacrifice to the seasonal rhythms upon which all life depended. Perhaps the most primordial female force in the indigenous pantheon was Coatlicue, she of the serpent skirt, who embodied the earth itself in both its nurturing and devouring aspects. Her famous statue from Tenochtitlan reveals a terrifying figure wearing a skirt of writhing serpents, a necklace of human hearts and hands, and severed snake heads at her waist in place of a head. This representation captured the ancient understanding of the earth as both the source of all life and the ultimate devourer of all beings. As mother of Huitzilopochtli, Coatlicue played a central role in the origin story of the Tenochtitlan people. Her miraculous pregnancy through a ball of feathers and subsequent defense by her son established the pattern for military expansion. Yet beyond this specific narrative, Coatlicue represented more universal principles of creation and destruction. Feminine generative power that both gives birth and reclaims its offspring in an endless cycle. Coatlicue belonged to a group of female deities, known collectively as Teteoinan, Mother of the Gods, or Tochi, our grandmother, who embodied different aspects of feminine creative power. These earth goddesses connected to both agricultural fertility and human reproduction, forming essential complements to the male deities who often dominated official state religion. For ordinary households, especially women, these feminine divine forces held particular significance in daily ritual practices. The underworld domain fell under the governance of Mictlantecutli and his female counterpart Mictecacihuatl, lord and lady of the land of the dead. These skeletal figures presided over Mictlan, the final destination for most human souls, regardless of their earthly status or conduct. Unlike concepts of reward and punishment familiar to European traditions, Mictlan represented a neutral afterlife determined by manner of death rather than moral behavior. The journey to Mictlan took 4 years and required passage through 9 increasingly challenging underworld levels, including a place where mountains crashed together, a field of knives, and 8 separate desert and mountain crossings. Only after completing this arduous journey could the soul find rest in Mictlan's deepest level. Offerings buried with the deceased, including dogs to guide them across the final river, provided assistance for this challenging transition. Despite their fearsome appearance, Mictlantecuhtli and Mictlantecuhtli were not considered evil or punishing deities, but necessary components of the cosmic cycle. Their realm formed an essential complement to the world of the living, maintaining the balance between life and death. During certain festival periods, particularly Toxcatl and the later days of the dead, the boundaries between these realms temporarily dissolved, allowing communication between the living and their ancestors. Beyond these major divine powers stood hundreds of lesser supernatural beings, governing specific natural phenomena, occupations, or locations. Centeotl presided over maize, the fundamental crop of Mesoamerican civilization. Mayahuel governed the maguey plant, source of the alcoholic pulque, so important in ritual contexts. Patacatl oversaw medicine and healing. Each mountain, lake, and spring had its own divine guardian requiring appropriate acknowledgement when encountered. This proliferation of specialized divine beings reflected the indigenous tendency towards supernatural differentiation rather than consolidation. Unlike monotheistic systems that unified divine attributes in a single entity, the ancient Mesoamericans recognized distinctions between natural processes while acknowledging their interconnections. This approach created a remarkably adaptive religious system capable of incorporating new elements as imperial territories expanded into diverse ecological and cultural regions. The relationship between these divine powers and human beings involved complex reciprocity rather than simple supplication. The supernatural forces had created the world through sacrifice, but they in turn required human offerings to maintain their strength. This mutual dependence created a distinctive religious consciousness, where humans participated actively in maintaining cosmic processes rather than merely petitioning distant powers for favors. Gender complementarity characterized the central Mexican pantheon at multiple levels. Most major divine beings had both male and female aspects or consorts, reflecting the fundamental duality established in the primordial Ometeotl. Even predominantly masculine forces like Huitzilopochtli incorporated feminine elements in certain ritual contexts. This gender fluidity echoed the indigenous understanding that cosmic forces transcended simple binary categories, exhibiting multiple aspects depending on context and need. Each divine entity required specific modes of worship appropriate to their nature. Huitzilopochtli received hearts and blood from sacrificed warriors. Tlaloc accepted children whose tears would become rain. Sheep Totec required the wearing of flayed skins. These specialized ritual practices reflected the particular qualities and domains of each supernatural force, rather than a generic approach to worship. Mistakes in ritual procedure could prove catastrophic, invoking divine displeasure rather than blessing. For ordinary people, navigation of this complex divine hierarchy required lifelong learning and community guidance. From childhood onward, inhabitants received instruction in proper ritual observances for household, occupational, and community deities. Calendrical specialists determined appropriate days for particular activities based on the associations of each day with specific divine forces. This integration of religious knowledge into daily life created a society where sacred and secular domains remained inseparable. The sophistication of this divine system becomes apparent when examining how the imperial center incorporated deities from conquered regions. Rather than simply imposing their supernatural beings on subjugated peoples, they identified points of similarity between local deities and their own pantheon, creating associations that respected local traditions while subordinating them to the imperial religious structure. This religious syncretism facilitated political integration while maintaining theological coherence. Foreign deities brought to Tenochtitlan received appropriate temples and ritual attention, with their worship supervised by priests familiar with local practices. The conquered deity, Xilonen, from the southern regions, received a temple near Huitzilopochtli's shrine, acknowledging her importance while placing her within the imperial hierarchy. This approach allowed the Triple Alliance to claim they were not destroying local traditions, but honoring them within a more comprehensive system. The divine hierarchy of central Mexico thus represented not merely an accumulation of supernatural beings, but a sophisticated theological system expressing fundamental insights about natural processes, social structures, and cosmic principles. Through their distinctive combination of ancient Mesoamerican traditions and innovative adaptations, the imperial culture created a religious framework that both explained the universe and justified their own expansion as the fulfillment of divine will. Among the sacred narratives that defined indigenous identity in the Valley of Mexico, none held greater significance than the miraculous birth of their patron deity, Huitzilopochtli. Unlike the more universal creation narratives shared across Mesoamerican cultures, this distinctive account served multiple functions. It established divine legitimacy for militaristic expansion, justified heart sacrifice practices, and provided cosmic meaning for the architectural layout of their ceremonial center. The dramatic elements of this tale, divine conception, family betrayal, heroic birth, and triumphant battle, created a powerful narrative foundation for imperial ideology. The story begins at Coatepec, Serpent Mountain, a sacred place later replicated symbolically in the Templo Mayor of Tenochtitlan. There lived Coatlicue, she of the serpent skirt, a venerable earth goddess who had already given birth to the moon, stars, and other celestial beings. One day, while sweeping her shrine, Coatlicue encountered a ball of precious feathers floating down from the sky. When she tucked these plumes into her bosom, they mysteriously disappeared, and she found herself with child. And when her sons and daughters saw that their mother was pregnant, they were very angry, recounts one version recorded after the Spanish conquest. Who has done this to us? Who has brought this shame upon us? The 400 southern stars, known collectively as the Shentzon Huitznahua, led by their sister Coyolxauhqui, she with bells on her cheeks, plotted to kill their mother for this seemingly shameful pregnancy. This reaction from Coatlicue's children represented both astronomical phenomena and social concerns. Celestially, it depicted the daily defeat of the stars by the rising sun. Socially, it addressed anxieties about lineage and honor, central to noble families. The apparent dishonor of an unexplained pregnancy, transformed through divine intervention into the highest possible honor, created a narrative inversion that reinforced the special status of the Tenochtitlan inhabitants as a chosen people. As the celestial siblings prepared their attack, the unborn Huitzilopochtli spoke from within his mother's womb, reassuring her, "Have no fear, mother. I know what I must do." This divine foreknowledge established Huitzilopochtli's character as a strategist and protector from before his birth. When the moment of confrontation arrived, the pregnant Coatlicue climbed Coatepec to face her murderous offspring. The dramatic birth unfolded with supernatural speed and martial perfection. Just as the star beings approached to kill their mother, Huitzilopochtli emerged fully grown and armed for battle. His arsenal included the Chiuquatl, or fire serpent, a powerful spear thrower capable of emitting flames, and a shield adorned with eagle feathers. His face and limbs bore distinctive blue stripes, and a hummingbird headdress crowned his head. And immediately he pierced Coyolxauhqui, and then quickly struck off her head, states the account preserved in the Florentine Codex. It came to rest at the edge of Coatepec. After decapitating his sister, Huitzilopochtli pursued the 400 brothers, who fled in terror. Despite their attempts to escape, he hunted them across the heavens, slaying most and forcing the few survivors to scatter to the southern sky. This cosmic battle established several crucial patterns for central Mexican religious practice. The defeat of the moon, Coyolxauhqui, and stars, Chenson Huitznahua, by the newborn sun, Huitzilopochtli, represented the daily celestial drama visible to all observers. The decapitation of Coyolxauhqui and dismemberment of her brothers established the pattern for offering rituals that would feed the sun deity with human hearts and blood. The victorious protection of the mother goddess justified the self-image of Tenochtitlan's people as defenders of cosmic order against chaos. The Templo Mayor physically embodied this foundational narrative through its architectural symbolism. The temple platform itself represented Coatepec, with the shrine to Huitzilopochtli at its summit, marking the location of his miraculous birth. At the base of the main staircase lay the massive stone relief of the dismembered Coyolxauhqui, positioned so that the decapitated goddess eternally lay at the foot of her victorious brother's temple. The placement of Coyolxauhqui at the bottom of the staircase, notes one archaeological analysis, suggests that her stone symbolized her defeat, with the temple pyramid representing Coatepec. This three-dimensional recreation of the cosmic battle transformed ritual activities at the Templo Mayor into direct participation in the founding narrative. When sacrificial victims' hearts were extracted and their bodies tumbled down the temple's stairs onto the Coyolxauhqui stone, the mythic combat between Huitzilopochtli and his siblings was ritually reenacted. The temporal setting of this story carried particular significance for indigenous identity. Unlike the primordial creation accounts or the distant history of previous cosmic ages, Huitzilopochtli's birth occurred during the current fifth sun. This positioned their patron deity, and by extension the people themselves, as relative newcomers with a specific cosmic mission rather than generalized inheritors of ancient tradition. Their special relationship with Huitzilopochtli gave them unique responsibility for maintaining the current world age through proper ceremonial observance. Imperial expansion gained theological justification through this narrative. If Huitzilopochtli required human hearts and blood to maintain his cosmic struggle, then military campaigns to secure sacrificial victims represented sacred necessity rather than mere political ambition. The Flowery Wars, conducted specifically to capture warriors for sacrifice, directly connected to this foundation story, with captives representing the defeated star deities whose life force would nourish the triumphant sun god. The hummingbird's symbolism associated with Huitzilopochtli carried multiple layers of meaning. These tiny birds were renowned for their aggression despite their small size. Much like the Tenochtitlan society had risen from modest beginnings to imperial dominance, hummingbirds in Mesoamerica were also associated with the souls of fallen warriors, establishing a connection between military service and divine essence. Their annual migration patterns paralleled the sun's movements, reinforcing Huitzilopochtli's solar associations. For ordinary citizens, this founding narrative provided both inspiration and caution. The miraculous conception through feathers suggested the possibility of divine intervention in seemingly impossible circumstances, a message of hope for a people who had transformed themselves from despised outsiders to imperial rulers. Simultaneously, the brutal fate of those who opposed divine will served as warning against challenging established authority, with the dismembered Koyuxakwi a permanent reminder visible to all who approached the Templo Mayor. The gendered aspects of this narrative deserve particular attention. Though Huitzilopochtli dominated as the masculine warrior, his power derived directly from his mother Coatlicue, whose own ancient divine status preceded his existence. This maternal foundation for patriarchal authority reflected broader patterns in central Mexican society, where male rulers legitimized their position through female lineage connections. The creative tension between masculine and feminine principles permeated both sacred stories and social organization. The narrative's celestial symbolism contained sophisticated astronomical observations. The conflict between Huitzilopochtli, the sun, and his siblings, moon and stars, accurately depicted the daily disappearance of stars as the sun rises. The image of dismembered bodies scattered across the sky corresponded to the Milky Way's appearance as a band of fragmented light. These astronomical correlations embedded scientific understanding within religious framework, demonstrating the practical knowledge underlying indigenous cosmology. Variations of this account existed across different communities within the imperial realm, with local adaptations emphasizing particular elements relevant to specific social contexts. In regions focusing on agricultural production rather than military activity, versions highlighting fertility aspects received greater emphasis. In areas directly engaged in imperial expansion, the martial elements dominated. This flexibility allowed the central narrative to function across diverse social environments while maintaining its core symbolism. Archaeological evidence suggests the story evolved over time, with earlier versions placing less emphasis on militaristic elements. As the Tenochtitlan community transitioned from marginalized newcomers to imperial rulers, the warrior aspects of Huitzilopochtli gained greater prominence in official narratives. This evolution reflected the changing needs of state ideology, demonstrating how spiritual symbolism adapted to political circumstances without abandoning its fundamental structure. The Coyolxauhqui stone itself, discovered in 1978 during excavations near Mexico City's cathedral, provides tangible evidence of the narrative's central importance. This massive circular relief, measuring over 3.25 meters in diameter, depicts the dismembered goddess with her head, limbs, and torso separated yet arranged in a flowing, almost dance-like composition. The artistic sophistication of this monument reveals both theological complexity and aesthetic refinement, challenging simplistic views of indigenous religion as merely bloodthirsty or primitive. Tribute payments from conquered territories often included materials specifically required for rituals honoring Huitzilopochtli: quetzal feathers, jade, and specialized ceremonial implements. These requirements established direct connections between imperial economic systems and religious observance. The flow of luxury goods toward Tenochtitlan's ceremonial center physically embodied the cosmic order depicted in the founding narrative, with peripheral regions supporting the sacred center, just as the defeated star deities ultimately served the triumphant sun god. For warriors, the story of Huitzilopochtli provided both inspiration and ultimate purpose. Success in battle represented not merely personal glory or material gain, but participation in cosmic maintenance. The capture of sacrificial victims fulfilled the highest possible calling, feeding the patron deity who sustained the current world age. This sacred framing transformed military service from mere profession to divine vocation, with eternal rewards awaiting those who fell in battle. When the Spanish arrived in 1519, This founding narrative would influence indigenous responses to the unprecedented challenge. The complex prophecies regarding Quetzalcoatl's return became entangled with observations of these strange newcomers, creating profound ambiguity about appropriate action. Yet throughout the initial encounters, the Tenochtitlan leadership maintained their ritual obligations to Huitzilopochtli, continuing sacrificial practices even as their world faced fundamental disruption. The national story of Huitzilopochtli's birth thus served multiple functions. It explained celestial phenomena, justified sacrificial practices, legitimized imperial expansion, and provided cosmic meaning for the historical experience of central Mexico's dominant power. Through sophisticated integration of astronomical observation, political necessity, and religious symbolism, this narrative created a powerful ideological foundation for one of Mesoamerica's most complex civilizations. The central Mexican understanding of human origins differed profoundly from creation accounts familiar to European traditions. Rather than emerging from clay shaped by divine hands or through divine breath, humans came into being through a more complex process involving cosmic sacrifice, underworld journeys, and divine blood offering. This creation account established fundamental patterns that would echo throughout indigenous ritual practice, particularly in approaches to death, sacrifice, and rebirth. After previous failed attempts to create suitable inhabitants for the newly formed earth, the divine powers gathered in council at Teotihuacan to determine how to create beings who could properly venerate and sustain them. These supernatural forces recognized that without humans to provide offerings, the cosmic order itself could not be maintained. This reciprocal relationship between humanity and divinity, each requiring the other for continued existence, formed a cornerstone of Mesoamerican theological understanding. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent associated with knowledge and creativity, volunteered to undertake the dangerous journey to Mictlan, the deepest level of the underworld, to retrieve the precious bones of previous human inhabitants who had perished in earlier cosmic ages. This descent into the realm of death required both courage and cunning, as Mictlantecutli, the Lord of the Dead, guarded these remains jealously. And Quetzalcoatl said, "I have come for the precious bones that you keep," recounts one version preserved in the Leyenda de los Soles. "I have come to take them." This bold declaration initiated a contest of wits between the creator and the underworld lord, establishing a pattern of divine trickery that would appear repeatedly in Mesoamerican sacred narratives. Mictlantecutli, suspicious of Quetzalcoatl's intentions, agreed to surrender the bones only if the creator could complete a series of seemingly impossible tasks. One version describes how Mictlantecutli demanded that Quetzalcoatl circle the underworld 4 times while blowing a conch shell with no openings. Through divine ingenuity, Quetzalcoatl summoned worms to bore holes in the shell and bees to make it sound, successfully completing the challenge. Despite fulfilling these requirements, Quetzalcoatl faced further obstacles. Mictlantecutli ordered his servants to dig a deep pit, then invited Quetzalcoatl to retrieve the bones. When the creator descended into the pit, a flock of quail was released to startle him, causing him to fall and scatter the precious remains. In some versions, the quail bit and damaged the bones, explaining why modern humans have varying heights and builds rather than uniform dimensions. This setback did not deter Quetzalcoatl, who gathered the bones into a bundle and began his escape from the underworld. Realizing he had been deceived, Mictlantecutli ordered his underworld servants to pursue the fleeing creator. Different accounts describe various strategies Quetzalcoatl employed to evade capture, running in zigzag patterns, creating diversions, or summoning creatures to block his pursuers. Upon successfully returning to the earthly realm with his precious cargo, Quetzalcoatl brought the bones to Xihuacoatl, Snake Woman, who ground them into a fine powder using a sacred grinding stone similar to those used by women to process maize. This parallel between creating humans and preparing corn reinforced the special relationship between people and their staple crop. Indeed, many indigenous groups referred to themselves as people of the maize, recognizing their substance shared common origins with their primary food source. The crucial moment of animation came when multiple divine beings, including Quetzalcoatl, pierced their earlobes and genitals to drip blood onto the ground bone powder. And with their blood, they moistened the ashes, states one account. Then humans began to live. This act of divine bloodletting established the pattern for human auto-sacrifice, the ritual bloodletting from ears, tongues, and other body parts that formed a core element of indigenous religious practice. This creation, through divine sacrifice, established a profound theological principle. Life emerges only through blood offering. Just as the supernatural powers sacrificed their own blood to create humanity, humans would be expected to offer blood back to their creators to maintain cosmic order. The reciprocal relationship between divine and human realms, each sustaining the other through blood exchange, created a sophisticated theological framework justifying sacrificial practices. Several distinctive features of this creation account deserve particular attention. Unlike creation narratives that emphasize the fashioning of individuals, this version describes the simultaneous creation of multiple humans from the collective bones of ancestors. This communal origin reflected the indigenous emphasis on collective identity over individual distinction, with persons understood primarily through their relationships to family, community, and cosmic order. The role of bones as the enduring substance of humanity carried profound implications for understanding death and afterlife. Bones represented the most permanent aspect of human existence, outlasting flesh and continuing to exist long after death. This perspective influenced funerary practices, with many commoners cremated to release the soul, while nobles might have their bones preserved as sacred relics, maintaining connections to ancestral power. The participation of multiple divine beings in human creation established humanity's diverse connections to supernatural powers. Rather than belonging exclusively to a single creator, humans owed their existence to collective divine action, and therefore had obligations to the broader pantheon. Different aspects of human nature reflected the varied divine energies that had contributed to their animation. Quetzalcoatl providing wisdom, Tezcatlipoca granting vital force, and other deities contributing specific qualities. Physical and temperamental differences among humans were explained through variations in the recovered bones and the specific mixture of divine blood used in their animation. Some accounts describe how damaged or incomplete bones resulted in individuals with physical limitations, while others suggest that the predominance of particular divine blood determined personality traits. This framework explained human diversity while maintaining the fundamental unity of human origins. For agricultural communities throughout Mesoamerica, this creation account resonated with their daily experience of plant cultivation. Just as humans emerged from seemingly dead bones, mixed with vitalizing blood, maize plants grew from apparently lifeless seeds nourished by water. This parallel between human and agricultural creation reinforced the sacred nature of farming activities, transforming the planting cycle into a ritualized reenactment of human origins. The underworld journey element of this narrative established important patterns for understanding death and the afterlife. Quetzalcoatl's successful navigation of Mictlan demonstrated that the realm of death, while dangerous, was not impenetrable. This created hope for ordinary people that their deceased relatives might similarly find pathways through the challenging obstacles of the afterlife journey, particularly if provided with proper ritual assistance through funerary offerings. Social stratification within indigenous society gained mythological justification through elaborations of this creation account. Some versions describe how bones from different social classes in previous cosmic ages were used to create corresponding classes in the current world, explaining inequality as a continuation of established cosmic patterns rather than arbitrary human arrangements. Noble lineages claimed descent from bones of previous rulers, while commoners originated from those of ordinary people. Language diversity received similar explanation through variations of this mythology. Some accounts describe how different groups received unique languages during or shortly after creation, explaining the linguistic diversity encountered by the imperial center during their expansion. This framework allowed acknowledgement of cultural differences while maintaining a unified understanding of fundamental human origins. The grinding of bones on a stone before animation connected human creation to female domestic labor, recognizing women's essential contribution to sustaining life. Just as women transformed hard corn kernels into nourishing dough through grinding and cooking, the female deity Huitzilopochtli transformed inert bones into the substance of humanity through sacred processing. This acknowledgement of feminine creative power balanced the predominantly masculine emphasis in other aspects of official religious practice. Archaeological evidence from excavated temple offerings in Tenochtitlan reveals the ongoing ritual significance of this creation narrative. Buried deposits often included carefully arranged human bones mixed with sacrificial blood, physically reenacting the original creation process. Some offerings featured bones adorned with precious materials like jade, symbolizing the valuable substance from which humanity emerged. These tangible expressions demonstrate how creation accounts directly influenced ritual practice. The imagery of bone and blood permeated artistic conventions throughout central Mexico. Skeletal figures appeared frequently in sculpture and painted manuscripts, not merely as symbols of death, but as representations of the enduring substance from which life emerges. The juxtaposition of skeletal elements with flowing blood or flourishing vegetation visually captured the theological understanding that death and life form inseparable aspects of a continuous cycle rather than absolute opposites. The theme of divine trickery in acquiring materials for human creation established important precedents for cultural attitudes toward cunning and deception. Unlike some traditions that condemn trickery as inherently immoral, indigenous philosophy recognized strategic deception as sometimes necessary for achieving worthy goals. Quetzalcoatl's clever deception of Mictlantecutli justified similar approaches in circumstances where direct confrontation might prove impossible or unwise. For ordinary community members, this creation account provided both explanation and prescription. It explained human mortality by locating human origins in materials already associated with death, the bones of previous inhabitants recovered from the underworld. Simultaneously, it prescribed proper behavior through establishing the pattern of blood offering as fundamental to existence. Even the simplest household rituals involving minor bloodletting connected directly to this cosmic precedent. The agricultural deity Sentiotl, May's lord, gained special prominence through associations with this creation narrative. Just as humans were created from ground bones mixed with divine blood, maize emerged from seemingly dead seeds mixed with water and human labor. Rituals honoring Tsenteotl often involved symbolic reenactments of the human creation story, reinforcing the parallel between people and their primary food source. When the Spanish arrived and introduced Christian creation accounts, the profound differences in understanding human origins created significant barriers to mutual comprehension. The European emphasis on humans fashioned individually from clay by a singular deity contrasted sharply with the indigenous understanding of communal creation, from ancestral bones through cooperative divine action. This conceptual gap contributed to the broader cultural misunderstandings that would characterize the conquest period. The Mesoamerican understanding of human creation established humans not as the masters of creation, but as participants in an ongoing cosmic process, requiring consistent maintenance through ritual action. Created through divine sacrifice, humans existed primarily to sustain the supernatural beings who had brought them into being, completing a reciprocal cycle of mutual dependence. This perspective created a distinctive consciousness, where personal existence derived meaning primarily through participation in maintaining universal order, rather than through individual achievement or salvation. The daily spectacle of the sun's rise and the moon's appearance captivated observers across all ancient civilizations, but few cultures developed explanations as elaborate or consequential as those of central Mexico. Their understanding of celestial motion centered on a narrative of voluntary divine sacrifice that established the pattern for all subsequent ritual bloodletting. This account of cosmic creation through self-offering provided both explanation for natural phenomena and justification for the most contested aspects of indigenous religious practice. After the great flood that ended the fourth sun, the world lay in darkness. The supernatural powers gathered at Teotihuacan, already an ancient and sacred place, to determine who would take on the tremendous responsibility of becoming the new sun. This divine council recognized that creating light required ultimate sacrifice. The chosen deity would need to immolate himself completely to generate the cosmic fire necessary for life to continue. Two volunteers stepped forward. Tequistecatl, a wealthy and proud being adorned with precious offerings, and Nanahuatzin, a humble deity covered in sores whose name literally means full of sores or the pimpled one. This pairing established a pattern of contrast between outward magnificence and inequality that would resonate throughout native moral teaching. The divine assembly prepared a great bonfire that burned for 4 days, creating the sacred flames into which the chosen one would leap. They made 2 mounds, recounts the Leyenda de los Soles, and for 4 days the gods did penance. This preparatory period established the pattern for human penitential practices before major ritual observations. When the moment of sacrifice arrived, Tequistecatl, despite his grandiose preparations and expensive offerings, hesitated before the flames. 4 times he approached the fire, and 4 times his courage failed him. Seeing this hesitation, the humble Nanahuatzin stepped forward with quiet determination. After closing his eyes, at once he cast himself into the fire, states one account. Immediately, his body crackled and sizzled. This act of complete self-sacrifice, without hesitation, established the fundamental theological principle that divine power emerges not from outward appearance or material wealth, but from inner commitment to cosmic necessity. Shamed by Nanahuatzin's courage, Tequistecatl finally threw himself into the flames as well. From these twin sacrifices emerged the primary celestial bodies. Nanahuatzin transformed into the sun, while Tequistecatl became the moon. Their different characters explained the distinctive qualities of these celestial bodies. The sun's brilliant, life-giving radiance contrasting with the moon's paler, reflected light. The newly created sun, however, remained stationary in the eastern sky. Despite his transformation, Nanahuatzin lacked the energy to begin his journey across the heavens. The cosmos faced a critical moment. Without the sun's movement, life could not be sustained. This crisis required further divine intervention to establish the dynamic equilibrium necessary for continued existence. Recognizing this cosmic necessity, the other divine beings made the momentous decision to sacrifice themselves to set the sun in motion. "How will we live?" they asked. "The sun does not move." Each deity approached the sacrificial position, offering their sacred life energy to generate the necessary dynamism. The god Ehecatl, wind, blew with all his might, finally pushing the sun into motion across the sky. This collective divine sacrifice established the fundamental principle underlying all native ritual. Cosmic motion requires blood offering. And thus, the gods died for the sun to live and move, states one account. Thus was established their precious merit, because they died so that the sun might live. This divine precedent created the theological foundation for human sacrificial practices. Just as the supernatural powers had offered their blood and lives to sustain cosmic motion at the beginning of the fifth sun, humans now bore responsibility for continuing this essential nourishment through their own blood offerings. The origin of the moon's distinctive features received particular explanation in this narrative. When both celestial bodies first appeared in the sky, they shone with equal brightness, creating confusion. They, the gods, all came together and said, "How will it be, gods? Will they both follow the same path and be equally bright?" To resolve this problem, one of the supernatural beings struck Teshiztecattl's face with a rabbit, permanently dimming his brightness and leaving the impression of a rabbit visible on the moon's surface, an image still recognized by many indigenous communities today. This account of the sun and moon's creation through divine sacrifice contained sophisticated astronomical understanding beneath its mythological framework. The pre-conquest peoples recognized that the sun provided active light, while the moon merely reflected solar radiance, a principle encoded in the narrative of Teshiztecattl's diminishment. Similarly, the east to west movement of these celestial bodies received explanation through the divine effort required to initiate cosmic motion, rather than attributing movement to the bodies themselves. For temple priests responsible for calendar observations, this creation story provided essential context for their astronomical work. The precise tracking of solar and lunar movements required for agricultural planning and ritual scheduling gained cosmic significance from the understanding that these celestial bodies represented transformed deities. Calendar priests did not merely record natural phenomena, but maintained connections with divine beings whose sacrifice had made life possible. The voluntary nature of the original divine sacrifice carried particular importance for indigenous understanding of their own ritual practices. Just as Nanahuatzin had willingly entered the flames, sacrificial participants ideally accepted their fate as participation in cosmic maintenance rather than mere elimination. This theological perspective helps explain certain aspects of sacrificial procedures, including the careful preparation of participants and the emphasis on their ritual involvement before the culminating moment. The sun's daily journey acquired additional elaboration as native thought developed. After traveling across the sky during daylight hours, the sun deity descended into the western entrance to the underworld each evening. Throughout the night, he traveled through 9 challenging underworld levels, battling forces of darkness and death. This nightly combat explained why the sun needed constant nourishment through blood offering. his strength required replenishment for each night's ordeal. Particular festivals in the native calendar directly commemorated aspects of this creation narrative. The Vayentena 20-day period, called Huitzilopochtli, featured a ceremony where selected individuals climbed tall poles and cast themselves down on ropes, symbolically reenacting Nanahuatzin's sacrificial leap into the cosmic fire. These performances physically embodied the mythological precedent, allowing participants and observers to reconnect with the foundational moment of the current cosmic age. The contrasting characters of Huitzilopochtli and Nanahuatzin provided a moral framework with significant social implications. Huitzilopochtli represented the wealthy nobility with their elaborate offerings and outward magnificence, while Nanahuatzin embodied humbler classes whose inequalities might exceed their material resources. This pairing suggested that true worth emerged from willingness to serve cosmic necessity rather than from social position or material wealth, a potentially subversive message within the highly stratified indigenous society. Agricultural cycles gained particular significance through association with this solar mythology. The daily death of the sun at dusk and its rebirth at dawn paralleled the seasonal patterns of planting, growth, harvest, and fallow periods. Farmers throughout central Mexico understood their work as participation in the same cosmic processes represented in the sun's movements. This connection between celestial mythology and agricultural practice embedded cosmic significance in daily labor. While this celestial narrative provided a framework for understanding cosmic processes, the ancient peoples of Mexico developed equally sophisticated explanations for the internal human experience. Their understanding of human spirituality transcended simplistic notions of a single unified soul. Their sophisticated conception divided the life essence into multiple components, each with distinct qualities, origins, and destinies. Chief among these were the tonali, a person's vital force and destiny, the teolia, the divine spark centered in the heart, and the ihiotl, the breath or vital energy. This complex model created a nuanced framework for understanding human existence that influenced everything, from child-rearing practices to funeral rituals. The tonali represented perhaps the most distinctive aspect of indigenous spiritual understanding. This life essence, whose name derives from the word for day or heat, entered a child at birth, determining many aspects of their character and fate. The specific day on which someone was born established the qualities of their personal force, creating a direct connection between the calendar system and individual identity. A person born on the day one eagle, for example, would carry attributes associated with that day sign throughout their life. The day count gives people their shadow, explains one indigenous account. It makes them cry. It makes them laugh. It gives them their character, whether good or bad. This intrinsic connection between identity and cosmic time created a distinctive consciousness, where personhood itself emerged from positioning within sacred calendrical patterns, rather than from individual autonomy or achievement. This day-linked essence resided primarily in the head, particularly concentrated in the hair, which the ancient people considered a physical manifestation of this spiritual force. This belief influenced numerous cultural practices, including distinctive hairstyles that marked social status and life stages. Warriors who captured enemies in battle earned the right to specific protective hairstyles, while priests maintained special hair arrangements appropriate to their spiritual responsibilities. Unlike the Western concept of an immortal soul, the vital energy could temporarily leave the body during sleep, intoxication, sexual activity, or illness. Dreams represented the heat soul's wanderings beyond the body, potentially gaining knowledge or encountering dangers during its nocturnal journeys. This understanding created particular concern about proper sleeping arrangements, as a disoriented life force might enter the wrong body upon awakening or become trapped in the spiritual realm. The vulnerability of this personal essence necessitated numerous protective practices, particularly for infants whose newly acquired vital energy had not yet firmly attached to their physical form. Newborns received special amulets and protective hairstyles, while parents carefully monitored their sleeping environments. The risk of losing or damaging the head-centered force explained many childhood illnesses within native medical frameworks, with specialized healers developing techniques to retrieve or strengthen weakened vital energy. Solar connections permeated understanding of this spiritual component, conceived as a tiny fragment of solar energy individuated within each person. This solar association connected individual identity directly to the cosmic processes described in solar creation mythology. Just as the sun required blood nourishment to maintain strength, individual life essence needed periodic strengthening through appropriate offerings and ritual observance. The calendar priest, or Tonalpuki, day counter, played an essential role in society through their ability to interpret the birth date implications for each person. When a child arrived, parents consulted these specialists to determine the qualities associated with their offspring's day sign and receive guidance for appropriate rituals, educational approaches, and potential career paths. This practice embedded individual destiny within cosmic patterns, discernible through proper calendrical knowledge. When a child was born, they immediately consulted the day-counting book, states one account preserved after the conquest. If the child came into the world on a good day sign, they baptized it then. But if it was born on an evil day sign, they waited. This careful attention to auspicious timing demonstrates how thoroughly calendrical consciousness permeated even the most intimate family moments, with cosmic patterns influencing every significant life transition. Complementing the tonali concept stood the Nahual, or animal coessence, a spiritual connection between humans and specific animal species that influenced character, abilities, and destiny. Unlike the day-linked essence, which related primarily to cosmic time, the Nahual established connections between human society and the broader natural world. This relationship manifested in multiple forms, from spiritual guardianship to potential shape-shifting abilities. In its most common form, the Nahual functioned as a spirit animal guardian assigned at birth, creating a lifelong bond between person and animal species. The specific Nahual might be determined through birth circumstances, dream revelations, or distinctive physical marks on the infant. This connection created mutual influence. The animal's characteristics shaped human personality, while the person's actions could affect their animal counterparts' well-being. The child receives the animal's shadow, notes one indigenous source. If the animal is injured, the child suffers the same wound. This reciprocal vulnerability created a profound sense of connection to the natural world, with personal well-being explicitly linked to the health of specific animal species. Conservation practices and hunting restrictions often reflected these spiritual associations rather than merely practical concerns about resource management. More specialized manifestations of the Nahual concept applied to individuals with particular spiritual talents or ritual responsibilities. Shamanic practitioners developed the ability to transform into their Nahual animal, their vital essence transferring temporarily into their animal counterpart. These transformative capacities facilitated spiritual journeys, healing practices, or community protection. Nighttime sounds of howling coyotes or screeching owls might represent such practitioners moving through the darkness in animal form. For native rulers and priests, the Nahual connection offered enhanced spiritual authority. The ability to access animal consciousness provided valuable knowledge unavailable through ordinary human perception. Dreams in which one's Nahual appeared carried special significance, often interpreted as divine communication or warning. This intimate connection between human and animal realms created a religious consciousness where boundaries between species remained permeable rather than absolute. The third major spiritual component in indigenous understanding, the Teolia, centered in the heart and represented the divine spark within each person. This spiritual essence connected most directly to the divine realm and determined whether individuals acted with moral integrity or succumbed to base impulses. Unlike the heat soul, which could temporarily leave during sleep, the Teolia remained within the body until death, departing only during the heart extraction that formed the culminating moment in sacrificial rituals. The heart is the precious stone, the Quetzal feather, declares one poetic fragment, highlighting the Teolia's precious nature. This spiritual essence continued existence after death, undertaking the challenging journey through the 9 levels of Mictlan, the underworld. Proper funeral rituals aided this journey, with specific offerings provided to help the Teolia overcome obstacles during its 4-year transition to final rest. The final major spiritual component, the Ihiotl, or breath, represented vital energy centered in the liver. This essence related to emotional states and personal character, manifesting physically as particular odors believed to emanate from individuals. A virtuous person produced pleasing aromas through their Ihiotl, while those with negative character traits emitted noxious scents perceptible to spiritually sensitive individuals. This belief influenced social interactions, personal hygiene practices, and the use of aromatic substances in ritual contexts. This sophisticated, multi-part understanding of human spirituality created a distinctive indigenous perspective on personhood. Rather than conceiving individuals as unified entities with clear boundaries, they recognized multiple interconnected components operating according to different principles. The permeability of these spiritual essences, their ability to temporarily depart, strengthen, weaken, or transform, created a consciousness where personhood itself existed as a process rather than a fixed state. For ordinary families, this spiritual framework influenced countless daily practices. Parents carefully guarded children's hair since it contained concentrated vital energy. Sweeping had to be performed with attention to proper timing to avoid disturbing wandering life essences. Illness required both physical treatment and spiritual intervention to retrieve lost soul components or strengthen damaged spiritual forces. These practical applications embedded theological understanding in routine household activities. The sophisticated spiritual system of ancient Mexico thus addressed both cosmic processes through celestial mythology and individual experience through multi-part soul concepts. These frameworks provided comprehensive explanation for observed phenomena while establishing patterns for proper ritual response. By connecting solar movement to sacrificial necessity and individual identity to cosmic time through birth date significance, this theological system integrated personal experience with universal processes in remarkably sophisticated framework that guided daily practice while explaining the fundamental nature of existence itself. The natural world occupied a position of profound religious significance within ancient Mesoamerican thought, with particular plants and animals embodying divine powers, cosmic principles, and historical relationships. Far from mere resources to be exploited, these living entities functioned as manifestations of sacred forces whose proper understanding proved essential for spiritual and physical well-being. The careful observation of animal behavior and plant characteristics revealed divine patterns otherwise invisible, creating a worldview where natural and supernatural realms remained inseparably intertwined. Perhaps no animal held greater symbolic significance than the eagle, whose presence marked the culmination of the indigenous migration saga. According to Foundation mythology, the wandering tribe received divine instruction to establish their city, where they witnessed an eagle perched on a cactus with a serpent in its beak or talons. This vision, eventually encountered on a small island in Lake Texcoco, determined the location of Tenochtitlan and provided the emblematic image still featured on the Mexican flag today. The eagle's symbolism extended far beyond this foundation narrative. As a solar bird capable of flying directly toward the sun while hunting, the eagle represented warrior virtues and celestial connections. Elite warriors could earn membership in the prestigious Eagle Warrior Society through battlefield achievements, earning the right to wear elaborate eagle costumes during ceremonial occasions. The eagle's distinctive hunting behaviors, patient observation, followed by decisive strikes, provided models for military strategy and leadership qualities. The eagle is wise and vigilant, notes one indigenous text. It watches from high places and strikes when enemies least expect. This keen observation of natural behavior transformed animal characteristics into guidelines for human conduct, particularly for individuals with leadership responsibilities. The eagle's nest building on inaccessible heights similarly provided metaphors for social elevation and exclusive access to privileged knowledge. Complementing the solar eagle in central Mexican symbolism stood the jaguar, creature of night, earth, and underworld realms. With its ability to move comfortably through darkness and its distinctive spotted coat reminiscent of stars against the night sky, the jaguar embodied powers opposite yet complementary to the eagle's solar associations. The Jaguar Warrior Society paralleled the Eagle Warriors, creating balanced military orders representing celestial and terrestrial powers. Jaguar symbolism carried connections to rulership through the concept of the were-jaguar, a transformational capability attributed to powerful individuals. Native rulers sometimes claimed the ability to assume jaguar form through spiritual practices, gaining access to non-human perception and power. Archaeological evidence from earlier Mesoamerican civilizations shows the antiquity of jaguar symbolism, with Olmec sculptures depicting human jaguar transformations dating to over 1,000 years before the rise of Tenochtitlan. The serpent occupied a position of particular theological complexity, simultaneously representing wisdom, fertility, and dangerous power. The feathered serpent form of Quetzalcoatl merged terrestrial and celestial qualities, creating a composite being capable of mediating between cosmic realms. Ordinary snakes, with their ability to shed skin and emerge renewed, provided powerful symbols of transformation and cyclical renewal that influenced religious practices surrounding agricultural cycles and human life transitions. The serpent renews itself like the moon, observes one poetic fragment, connecting reptilian skin shedding to larger cosmic cycles. This careful observation of natural processes as reflections of divine patterns characterized indigenous religious thought, creating a worldview where proper understanding of plants and animals provided essential knowledge about cosmic operations. The serpent's ability to move without limbs, to strike with precision, and to consume prey much larger than itself, all carried symbolic significance applicable to human circumstances. Hummingbirds held special significance through their association with Huitzilopochtli, whose name incorporates the Nahuatl term for these distinctive birds. Their remarkable energy, aggressive territorial behavior, despite small size, an apparent ability to die through torpor, and revive daily paralleled solar patterns and warrior virtues. The iridescent feathers of hummingbirds ranked among the most precious materials in Nahua culture, reserved for royal regalia and high-status ritual objects. Fallen warriors received the honor of returning to Earth as hummingbirds after completing their service accompanying the sun across the sky. This afterlife transformation rewarded appropriate martial conduct with continued existence in one of nature's most admired forms. The hummingbird's ability to hover and move in all directions symbolized freedom and transcendence of ordinary limitations, qualities associated with properly conducted warrior service. Beyond these prominent examples, numerous other animals carried specific symbolic associations that influenced native understanding of their characteristics and proper treatment. Rabbits connected to lunar deities and fertility, their image visible in the moon's face, according to indigenous perception. Quails symbolize sensual pleasure and agricultural abundance, but also reckless behavior. Butterflies represented the souls of warriors and women who died in childbirth, returning from celestial realms to visit during specific festival periods. Dogs held particular significance for their role as psychopomps, guides who helped human souls navigate the dangerous river crossing during their underworld journey. Xolotl, the canine deity associated with lightning, transformation, and twins, guided the sun through its nightly underworld transit. This spiritual function gave dogs special status despite their ordinary appearance, with certain breeds specifically raised for funeral sacrifice to accompany deceased owners on their afterlife journey. In the plant kingdom, maize, corn, occupied the position of supreme religious significance. More than merely a food staple, maize embodied divine substance directly connected to human creation. The peoples of central Mexico literally understood themselves as people of the maize, their flesh formed from the same sacred material as their primary food source. This intimate connection transformed agricultural activities from mere food production into sacred participation in cycles established through divine sacrifice. The discovery of maize formed a central episode in Nahua mythology. According to various accounts, Quetzalcoatl observed ants carrying maize kernels from inside a mountain. Transforming himself into a black ant, he followed them to their source and discovered the precious food. With assistance from other deities, he split open the mountain and revealed maize in multiple colors: white, yellow, red, and blue, establishing the varieties still cultivated throughout Mesoamerica today. This mythology established maize as a divine gift, requiring proper ritual acknowledgement rather than merely a natural resource. Farmers throughout the region conducted ceremonies before planting, during growth phases, and at harvest, to maintain appropriate relationships with the maize spirits. Even household preparation of corn involved ritual elements, with women offering prayers while grinding kernels on the metate and cooking tortillas on the comal. The maguey plant, agave, held second place only to maize in religious and practical significance. This remarkable succulent provided multiple essential resources: fiber for clothing and rope, thorns for ritual bloodletting, building materials from dried stalks, and the fermented beverage pulque from its sap. The goddess Mayahuel personified the maguey, her body parts corresponding to different portions of the plant, her multiple breasts representing the plant's abundant productivity. Pulque, the milky, fermented maguey beverage, carried complex religious associations. Considered the blood of the maguey, pulque represented divine substance with both nourishing and intoxicating properties. Its controlled consumption played essential roles in specific religious ceremonies, while excessive use faced strict social prohibition. The Shenson Totochtin, 400 rabbits, represented pulque intoxication's many manifestations, each rabbit deity embodying a different form of drunken behavior. Amaranth served both nutritional and ritual functions, its tiny seeds providing essential protein, while its red color created associations with blood and sacrifice. During certain festivals, artisans crafted detailed sculptures from amaranth dough mixed with honey, creating edible images of deities that participants would symbolically consume. This practice, offering particular theological parallels to Christian communion, became an early target of Spanish prohibitions during the colonial period. Sacred mushrooms, particularly those with psychoactive properties, held special status for their ability to facilitate divine communication. Called Teonanacatl, or divine flesh, these fungi provided access to visionary experiences interpreted as direct contact with supernatural realms. Specialized ritual practitioners controlled their use, creating carefully managed contexts for these powerful substances. Stone sculptures of mushrooms from various Mesoamerican sites testify to their long-standing sacred associations. The prickly pear cactus, featured in the Tenochtitlan Foundation myth, represented resilience, sustenance amid challenging conditions, and the union of opposites. Its ability to produce sweet fruit from seemingly inhospitable terrain paralleled the indigenous transformation from wandering tribe to imperial power. The nopal cactus featured prominently in place names, artistic representations, and imperial symbolism, its distinctive form instantly recognizable throughout the Valley of Mexico. Flowers occupied a position of particular cultural and religious significance beyond merely aesthetic appreciation. The term flower, Xochitl, appeared frequently in metaphorical expressions relating to truth, beauty, and transient existence. Poetry was described as flower and song, suggesting that artistic expression represented the most precious and elevated aspects of human capability. Specific flowers carried distinct symbolic associations. Marigolds with the dead, water lilies with rulership, and magnolias with feminine beauty. Flower imagery permeated warfare contexts through the concept of Xochiaoyotl, or flowery war, conflicts conducted primarily to capture sacrificial victims rather than for territorial conquest. Warriors who died in battle or sacrifice were said to transform into flowers in the afterlife, their essence returning to earth in beautiful, fragrant form. This metaphorical connection between bloodshed and blossoming transformed warfare from mere violence into participation in cosmic flowering. The cultivation of chinampas, the famous floating gardens of Tenochtitlan, integrated practical agriculture with religious symbolism. These artificial growing platforms, created by layering aquatic vegetation, mud, and soil, allowed intensive cultivation on lake surfaces otherwise unsuitable for farming. The remarkable productivity of these systems, capable of producing multiple harvests annually, represented divine abundance made manifest through appropriate human cooperation with natural processes. Sacred trees occupied specific positions within the indigenous cosmic geography. The Saber or Pochot, Saber Pentandra, represented the axis mundi, the world tree connecting underworld, earthly realm, and celestial levels. With its distinctive buttressed roots, straight trunk, and spreading canopy, the saber physically embodied the three-level cosmic structure. Other tree species carried specific associations with individual deities. Cypress with death gods, mesquite with fertility, and flowering trees with creative transformation. The quetzal bird, though not native to the Valley of Mexico, provided the most valued feathers in Mesoamerican ceremonial contexts. These brilliant green tail plumes, acquired through trade with tropical regions, adorned the most sacred regalia reserved for deities and rulers. The bird's name formed part of Quetzalcoatl's compound identity as precious feathered serpent, and its plumes symbolized the most rarefied aspects of divine presence manifest in the material world. Beyond specific species, entire ecological zones carried distinctive spiritual associations. Mountains represented not merely geographical features, but the earthly manifestations of ancient deities turned to stone. Lakes and springs functioned as entrances to Tlalocan, the paradisiacal realm of the rain deity. Caves provided access points to the underworld, with stalactites and stalagmites representing the bones of the earth. These associations transformed the natural landscape into a thoroughly sacralized geography. This intimate connection between natural entities and divine powers created a worldview where proper ecological relationship carried religious significance. Excessive exploitation of resources represented not merely practical short-sightedness, but spiritual transgression. While the Triple Alliance certainly impacted their environment through urban development, agricultural expansion, and resource extraction, their religious framework encouraged awareness of limits and appropriate reciprocity with natural systems upon which human communities depended. When Spanish colonizers introduced European attitudes toward nature as primarily a resource domain to be dominated for human benefit, the conceptual clash created profound misunderstandings. The indigenous approach to sacred animals and plants as manifestations of divine power, deserving appropriate respect, differed fundamentally from the European Christian perspective that placed humans in dominion over a separate natural world. This theological divergence contributed to broader colonial conflicts beyond merely religious practices. The rich symbolism associated with plants and animals in central Mexican thought demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of ecological relationships long before the development of modern scientific ecology. Through careful observation of natural patterns, the native peoples recognized fundamental principles of interdependence, cyclical transformation, and systemic balance. Their religious frameworks encoded this ecological knowledge in memorable forms that facilitated its transmission across generations and application in practical contexts. The pre-conquest peoples of central Mexico conceived of the universe as a carefully structured arrangement of multiple realms, each with distinct qualities, inhabitants, and relationships to human experience. Far from the simple heaven-earth-hell division familiar to European traditions, their cosmic architecture featured 13 ascending heavens, 9 descending underworlds, and the earthly realm positioned between these vertical extensions. This elaborate model provided a comprehensive framework for understanding both natural phenomena and spiritual experiences, creating a universe where humans occupied a meaningful position within a larger cosmic order. The vertical structure of this indigenous cosmos resembled a layered disk, with the earthly realm, Tlaloc, at the center, heavens rising above and underworlds descending below. The entire arrangement oriented according to the cardinal directions, with each associated with specific colors, elements, and divine patrons. This integration of vertical and horizontal dimensions created a three-dimensional cosmic map that physically manifested in temple architecture, city planning, and ritual movements. At the summit of this cosmic structure resided Omeyocan, the place of duality, 13th and highest heaven, where the primordial divine pair, Ometecutli and Omechihuatl, dwelled. From this supreme level, divine creative energy flowed downward through successively more concrete manifestations until reaching the material world. Each heavenly level housed specific deities and cosmic forces, arranged in descending order of abstraction and increasing connection to earthly concerns. Above all is the place of duality, explains one indigenous account, beyond which nothing exists. This ultimate realm transcended ordinary human comprehension, accessible only through the most refined spiritual practices or after death, for select individuals who had served particular deities. Unlike the personal afterlife destination familiar to Christian theology, Omeokon functioned primarily as cosmic source rather than reward, though certain divine servants might eventually return to this primordial unity. Below Omeokon, the remaining heavenly levels housed various divine manifestations, arranged according to cosmic function and elemental associations. The specific deities inhabiting each level varied somewhat across different accounts, but the general structure maintained consistency. Celestial bodies occupied specific heavens, the sun and moon at lower levels, stars at higher ones, creating a model that both explained astronomical observations and provided cosmic context for earthly experiences. The sixth heaven held particular significance as Tlalocan, the paradise realm governed by Tlaloc, where those who died by water-related causes, drowning, lightning strikes, certain diseases, would reside after death. Unlike the somber underworld destination awaiting most individuals, Tlalocan offered eternal abundance, comfort, and pleasure. This verdant paradise featured perpetual springtime, flowing waters, and endless fertility, qualities reflected in the elaborate murals of Tlalocan, discovered at Teotihuacan and other archaeological sites. In Tlalocan, all is green and cool, describes one poetic fragment. The granaries never empty, the flowers never wither. This paradisal afterlife destination did not depend on moral conduct, but on manner of death, with Tlaloc claiming those who perished through his elemental domain of water. This concept reflected broader indigenous understanding that death circumstances rather than lifetime behavior primarily determined one's afterlife experience. The earthly realm, Tlalticpac, occupied the central position within this cosmic arrangement. Far from merely physical terrain, the earth embodied female divine power through various manifestations including Tlaltecuhtli, Earth Lord, Coatlicue, Serpent Skirt, and Chihuacoatl, Snake Woman. The earth's surface rested on the back of a great caiman, floating in primordial waters, a precarious position requiring constant maintenance through ritual offerings to prevent catastrophic instability. At the earth's center rose the cosmic axis, often visualized as a great saber tree, whose roots reached into the underworld while its branches extended into celestial realms. This vertical connector, combined with the four quarters established by cardinal directions, created the quincunx pattern, 4 points around a center, that appeared repeatedly in indigenous sacred architecture, art, and ritual arrangements. This pattern physically embodied the cosmic structure, transforming abstract cosmology into tangible spatial organization. Beneath the earthly realm descended the 9 levels of Mictlan, the underworld domain ruled by Mictlantecuhtli and Mictlantecuhtli, Lord and Lady of Death. Unlike European concepts of hell as punishment, Mictlan represented the neutral afterlife destination for most humans, regardless of mortal conduct. The journey through these 9 descending levels took 4 years to complete, with the soul facing progressively more challenging obstacles before reaching final rest in the deepest underworld. The path to Mictlan is arduous, warns one funeral text. First comes the passage between clashing mountains, then the crossing of 8 deserts and 8 hills. Other obstacles included a river of blood, guarded by fierce jaguars, regions of biting winds that cut like obsidian knives, and various supernatural predators seeking to devour the traveling soul. Proper funeral rituals provided essential assistance for this journey, explaining the elaborate mortuary practices documented throughout the indigenous realm. Specific preparations equipped the deceased for successful navigation of the underworld challenges. A red thread attached to the corpse would guide the soul through labyrinthine passages. Obsidian blades provided protection against supernatural threats. Most importantly, a Ullamaliztli dog, a distinctive hairless breed, would be sacrificed to accompany the deceased, carrying them across the final river obstacle, Chiconahuapan, or Nine Waters. These practical provisions reflected the indigenous view of the afterlife as a tangible journey, requiring physical equipment rather than merely spiritual transition. Alternative afterlife destinations existed for specific death circumstances beyond those claimed by Tlaloc. Warriors who died in battle and sacrificial victims ascended to Tonatiuh, House of the Sun, where they accompanied the sun during its daily journey across the sky. After 4 years of this distinguished service, these souls returned to Earth as hummingbirds and butterflies. Women who died in childbirth, considered female warriors who had captured a prisoner, the newborn, while losing their own battle, traveled to Cihuatlampa, the place of women in the western sky, where they became Chihuateteo, divine women, who accompanied the sun from noon to sunset. The ancient understanding of space transcended mere physical location to encompass profound symbolic significance. Their landscape bristled with sacred associations, historical memories, and divine connections that transformed geographical features into meaningful participants in cosmic narratives. From mythical places of origin to the carefully planned urban environment of Tenochtitlan, sacred geography provided a spatial framework that oriented not only physical movement, but spiritual understanding and political legitimacy. At the heart of origin, myths stood Aztlan, the legendary homeland from which the ancestors began their migration. Described in various accounts as an island within a lake, surrounded by reeds and waterfowl, Aztlan established the pattern that would later manifest in Tenochtitlan's lacustrine setting. The name Aztec itself derives from this place of origin, literally meaning people of Aztlan, though they themselves preferred their later self-designation associated with Mexi, their tribal leader during the migration period. The place of whiteness, or place of herons, as some linguistic interpretations render Aztlan, existed simultaneously as geographical location and symbolic concept. Despite numerous archaeological attempts to identify its historical position, Aztlan functioned primarily as mythological reference point rather than verifiable site. This ambiguity served important cultural purposes, allowing indigenous groups to claim distinctive origins while connecting to broader Mesoamerican migration traditions. The migration from Aztlan began with divine instruction, establishing the pattern of supernatural guidance that would characterize the entire journey. Huitzilopochtli, not yet elevated to primary patron deity, commanded the ancestors to depart and follow his direction toward their destined homeland. This divinely mandated journey transformed physical movement into sacred pilgrimage, with each stopping point acquiring significance within a predetermined spiritual narrative. Along the migration route, several locations gained particular prominence in sacred history. Chicomozdok, place of 7 caves, represented the birthplace of the various tribal groups who would later inhabit central Mexico. From these 7 wombs within the earth emerged the distinct peoples who would eventually populate the Valley of Mexico. This shared origin point established connections between otherwise competitive groups, creating a common mythological heritage that facilitated later political relationships. Coatepec, Serpent Mountain, marked the miraculous birthplace of Huitzilopochtli and site of his battle with Coyolxauhqui and the star deities. This location established the cosmic pattern that would later manifest in Tenochtitlan's Templo Mayor, with the temple platform representing the mountain and the Coyolxauhqui relief at its base, recreating the original mythological configuration. When sacrificial victims' bodies tumbled down the temple stairs onto this stone, the primordial battle between Huitzilopochtli and his celestial siblings was ritually reenacted. The decision to settle at Tenochtitlan came through divine sign rather than merely practical considerations. After generations of wandering and temporary settlements, the people witnessed the prophesied eagle perched upon a cactus with a serpent in its grasp or beak. This vision, occurring on a small island in Lake Texcoco, fulfilled Huitzilopochtli's promise and established the location for their permanent capital. The challenging lacustrine environment, requiring innovative chinampas, floating garden, agriculture, and extensive causeway construction, reinforced the site's sacred significance through its very impracticality for conventional settlement. And when they saw the eagle, they wept and said, "We have reached the promised place," recounts one indigenous history. This emotional recognition transformed an unremarkable island into the cosmic center that would anchor identity for generations. The eagle image became the primary imperial symbol, appearing on monuments, codices, and ceremonial objects throughout the realm, a visual shorthand for divine selection and destined greatness despite humble beginnings. The urban design of Tenochtitlan itself physically embodied cosmic principles through careful spatial organization. The city divided into 4 main quadrants, campan, radiating from the central sacred precinct, reflecting the cardinal directions with their associated colors, elements, and divine patrons. This quartered arrangement recreated the quincunx pattern, 4 points around a center, that symbolized cosmic structure throughout Mesoamerican cultures, transforming daily movement through urban space into participation in sacred geography. Each city quadrant contained local temples, markets, and administrative centers, creating semi-autonomous neighborhoods within the larger urban framework. These divisions reflected not merely administrative convenience, but cosmic organization, with specific deities and ancestral connections associated with each district. Residents identified strongly with their home quadrant, participating in localized ceremonies, while simultaneously engaging with citywide observances centered on the main temple precinct. The sacred precinct at Tenochtitlan's heart contained approximately 78 religious structures, with the massive Templo Mayor dominating the skyline. This central temple, dedicated to both Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc through twin shrines atop a single platform, physically manifested the dual foundations of imperial power, military conquest and agricultural fertility. Its carefully aligned stairways, precisely oriented to capture particular solar phenomena on significant calendar dates, transformed architecture into astronomical instrument connecting earthly and celestial realms. Mountains throughout the Valley of Mexico held particular sacred significance as both natural features and divine manifestations. Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, the region's dominant volcanic peaks, featured in mythology as transformed lovers, their distinctive profiles resembling a sleeping woman and watchful warrior. Smaller mountains surrounding the valley housed shrines to local deities, particularly Tlaloc and his associates, whose rain-bringing powers emerged from these elevated locations where clouds gathered around summits. These sacred mountains required proper ritual acknowledgement when visible or visited, travelers ascending slopes for ceremonial purposes, underwent purification rituals, and carried appropriate offerings for mountain deities. Stone shrines at various elevations provided designated offering points with different altitudes associated with specific divine forces. The highest summit shrines, subject to lightning strikes and dramatic weather manifestations, generally remained reserved for professional priests rather than ordinary worshippers. Water features throughout the landscape carried distinctive sacred associations. Springs represented points where underworld waters emerged into terrestrial space, creating natural thresholds between cosmic realms, requiring particular ritual attention. Lakes functioned as reflective surfaces connecting earth and sky, their mirror-like qualities physically manifesting the understanding that cosmic realms reflected one another. Rivers served as natural boundaries between territories, but also as symbolic manifestations of Huitzilopochtli's flowing skirts, spreading fertility across the landscape. The relationship with Lake Texcoco demonstrates the sophisticated integration of practical necessity with sacred significance. While the lake provided essential resources through fishing, transportation routes, and defensive advantages, it simultaneously represented divine feminine presence within the landscape. Rituals acknowledging the lake's spiritual dimension accompanied practical activities like fishing expeditions or reed gathering, creating a consciousness where economic exploitation balanced with sacred reciprocity. Caves throughout Mesoamerica functioned as particularly charged sacred locations, representing physical passages between terrestrial and underworld realms. The Spanish conquistador Bernal Diaz described discovering elaborate cave shrines during the conquest period, noting the presence of offerings, ritual paraphernalia, and evidence of regular ceremonial visitation. These natural formations required special ritual handling, with inappropriate cave entry or usage, potentially releasing dangerous underworld forces into terrestrial space. Ancient architectural sites from previous civilizations acquired specific significance within sacred geography. The ancient city of Teotihuacan, already abandoned for centuries before imperial ascendance, became incorporated into mythological frameworks as the birthplace of the fifth sun. Regular pilgrimages to Teotihuacan connected people to this prestigious ancestral site, while allowing them to conduct ceremonies at locations believed to mark actual cosmic creation points. This relationship with abandoned cities established continuity with earlier cultures, while positioning current peoples as rightful inheritors of their power and prestige. The practical navigation of this sacred landscape required specialized knowledge transmitted through both formal education and community tradition. Professional priests understood the complex associations between locations and divine forces, determining appropriate timing, directional approaches, and ritual offerings for specific sites. Ordinary people learned essential aspects of sacred geography through participation in community ceremonies, marketplace interactions, and family traditions that embedded cosmic understanding in daily spatial practice. Beyond these major cosmic divisions existed various liminal zones mediating between realms. Caves represented physical passages between earthly and underworld domains, explaining their significance as ritual sites. Mountain peaks provided access points to celestial realms, particularly appropriate for ceremonies honoring Tlaloc and other rain deities. Springs and lakes connected to underworld waters, requiring special offerings and ceremonial acknowledgement when encountered or utilized. Cardinal directions organized the horizontal dimension of this cosmic structure, each associated with specific colors, elements, and divine patrons. East represented light, fertility, and new beginnings, associated with red coloration and the rising sun. North embodied cold, ancestral wisdom, and death, associated with black and darkness. West signified females, moisture, and the setting sun, associated with white or blue-green coloration. South represented heat, youth, and raw energy, associated with blue coloration, though some accounts suggest yellow. This directional symbolism physically manifested in Tenochtitlan's urban layout, with the city divided into 4 main quarters, radiating from the sacred precinct at the center. The capital thus became a 3-dimensional representation of cosmic structure, with the Templo Mayor rising towards celestial realms, while symbolically containing underworld access through basement chambers and sacrificial stones. Ordinary citizens navigating the city streets participated in cosmic patterns through their daily movements, physically embodying theological principles through spatial practice. The complete cosmic structure established an ordered framework within which all experience, natural phenomena, human activities, and spiritual encounters could be meaningfully positioned. Thunderstorms represented not merely meteorological events, but interactions between Tlaloc's realm and the earthly domain. Unusual dreams suggested tonally wanderings in celestial or underworld territories. Even seemingly ordinary occurrences, like changes in animal behavior, carried potential significance as manifestations of cross-realm influence requiring proper interpretation. This elaborate cosmology provided both explanation and prescription. It explained the ordered movement of celestial bodies, the cycles of seasons, and the inevitability of death through coherent mythological frameworks. Simultaneously, it prescribed appropriate human responses to these cosmic patterns through ritual practices, calibrated to maintain harmony between realms. The resulting religious consciousness positioned humans neither as passive observers nor absolute masters of creation, but as essential participants in maintaining cosmic balance. The comprehensive spatial understanding of ancient central Mexico thus integrated vertical cosmic structure with horizontal geographic organization into sophisticated system orienting both physical movement and spiritual understanding. This intricate arrangement transformed seemingly ordinary locations into meaningful participation points in cosmic processes, creating landscapes thoroughly imbued with sacred significance rather than merely material terrain. The remarkable accuracy of celestial alignments in temple architecture and urban planning confirms that these cosmic patterns guided practical development rather than merely providing post hoc justification for pragmatic decisions. The elaborate ceremonial life of ancient central Mexico represented not mere superstition, but sophisticated engagement with cosmic patterns believed essential for universal maintenance. Their observance system, organized through remarkably precise time calculations, created an annual cycle of celebrations that synchronized human activity with divine rhythms. At the heart of these practices stood blood offering, from modest personal bloodletting to full sacrificial rites, understood as necessary reciprocity for the divine blood spilled during creation. This ceremonial framework provided both cosmic significance and practical structure for indigenous society at every level. The foundation of ritual timing rested on 2 interlocking calendar systems, whose combined operation produced an intricate mechanism for tracking time and determining appropriate ceremonial occasions. The Tonalpohualli, or day count, consisted of 260 days, formed by the combination of 20 day signs with 13 numbers. Alongside this spiritual calendar operated the Xiuhpohualli, or year count, a 365-day solar calendar divided into 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 final empty days, considered particularly dangerous and inauspicious. These time-keeping methods operated simultaneously, with any given day identified by both its spiritual and solar designation. The two cycles realigned completely, only once every 52 years, creating the fundamental unit of deep time known as the calendar round or year bundle. This cycle culminated in the dramatic New Fire ceremony, when all flames throughout the region were extinguished and ritually rekindled from a single sacred fire, ignited in the chest cavity of a sacrificial participant, symbolizing cosmic renewal and continuation. The divine powers established the days, the count of days, states one indigenous account. They created a day for each of the gods. This supernatural association gave each calendar position distinctive qualities influencing activities conducted under its influence. Time specialists, known as day counters, interpreted these patterns for both state ceremonies and individual consultations, determining favorable timing for warfare, marriage, construction projects, long-distance travel, and other significant undertakings. The yearly calendar's 18 20-day periods each featured specific ceremonial observations focused on different deities and agricultural concerns appropriate to seasonal conditions. Atlkahwalo, corresponding to February March in the Western calendar, honored Tlaloc and other water deities at the end of the dry season, with children presented on mountaintops to encourage rainfall for the coming planting season. Toxcatl celebrated Tezcatlipoca through the offering of a handsome young man who had lived for a year as the deity's impersonator. Panquetzalistli honored Huitzilopochtli at the height of harvest season through elaborate ceremonies, including ritual races, gladiatorial combat, and heart extraction. These state-sponsored observances involved carefully choreographed performances, incorporating music, dance, elaborate costumes, and precisely timed ritual actions. Professional religious specialists underwent years of training to perform their roles correctly, while noble participants practiced for months before major ceremonies. Mistakes in procedural execution were considered dangerous omens, potentially inviting divine displeasure, with historical records documenting instances where ceremonial errors preceded military defeats, or natural disasters interpreted as supernatural punishment. Blood occupied the central position within this ceremonial system as the most precious substance available for divine offering. The indigenous peoples understood blood as direct participation in the primordial sacrifice that had created and continues to sustain the world. Just as these supernatural powers had spilled their own essence to set the sun in motion at the beginning of the fifth sun, humans now bore responsibility for continuing this essential nourishment through their own blood offerings. Self-sacrifice, bloodletting from one's own body, represented the most common form of blood offering, practiced across all social classes. Using maguey thorns, stingray spines, or obsidian blades, individuals would pierce their earlobes, tongues, or genitals, collecting the resulting fluid on bark paper that would then be burned to transmit the offering to divine recipients. The pain involved was understood not as punishment, but as meaningful participation in cosmic maintenance, connecting human experience directly to divine precedent. Blood is precious water, noted one ritual text, using the reverential term that connected blood to the most valued substances in Mesoamerican aesthetics, jade and quetzal feathers. This perspective transformed blood from merely biological material into sacred substance capable of mediating between human and divine realms. The visual and conceptual association between blood and water created parallel understanding between bloodletting and rainfall, with human offerings encouraging corresponding divine response in agricultural fertility. Heart extraction, the most dramatic form of Nahua ritual practice, built upon extensive precedent from earlier Mesoamerican civilizations, but achieved unprecedented scale and elaboration under Triple Alliance sponsorship. The procedure involved precise ceremonial movements culminating in the removal of the still-beating heart from a living participant, performed by specialized priests using obsidian knives. The heart, containing the divine spark, would be offered in stone receptacles, before further ritual treatment of the body, according to specific ceremonial requirements. The individuals selected for heart offerings varied according to ceremonial context. War captives predominated for solar warrior deities like Huitzilopochtli, their capture and presentation understood as completing the cosmic battle pattern established in mythology. Enslaved persons constituted another significant category, particularly those with specific physical characteristics or talents appropriate to particular deities. Volunteer offerings occasionally occurred, especially for ceremonies promising distinctive afterlife destinations, though these represented exceptional rather than standard practice. Contrary to European accounts emphasizing only the culminating moment of heart extraction, indigenous sacrificial practices involved elaborate preparation and treatment of those selected. Many underwent months of purification, training, and ceremonial preparation, coming to embody the deity they would ultimately feed through their sacrifice. This identification transformed the process from mere elimination into sacred transformation, with the offered individual's essence joining directly with the divine power they had temporarily embodied. Young children presented to Tlaloc and other water deities received particularly careful preparation and distinctive ceremonial treatment. Their tears, shed during the procession to mountain shrines, were considered precious precursors to the rainfall their offering would encourage. These children were not viewed as victims in the contemporary sense, but as essential participants in agricultural renewal, whose essence would transform into life-giving precipitation. Archaeological evidence confirms these practices through recovered remains of children at mountain shrines and underwater offering sites. Beyond blood offering, native rituals incorporated numerous other elements, creating multisensory ceremonial experiences. Copal incense created distinctive aromatic environments believed to attract divine attention and create appropriate purification. Elaborate floral arrangements symbolized beauty, transience, and spiritual elevation. Music performed on drums, flutes, and rattles established rhythmic patterns connecting human ceremonies to cosmic vibrations. Dance performances physically embodied mythological narratives through precisely choreographed movements. Together, these elements created immersive ceremonial environments, engaging all participants regardless of their specific roles. The practical management of this elaborate ceremonial system required extensive institutional support and specialized knowledge. Professional religious officiants maintained distinctive appearances, with matted, blood-caked hair, black-painted bodies, and specific regalia identifying their divine associations. Training began in childhood, through specialized schools where noble youths learned proper ritual procedures, time calculations, and mythological frameworks. Temple complexes throughout the region housed both permanent ritual specialists and the material infrastructure necessary for proper ceremonial observance. Household practices complemented these state-sponsored ceremonies, creating daily and seasonal observances appropriate to family circumstances. Birth, naming, marriage, and funeral ceremonies followed prescribed patterns that connected individual life transitions to broader cosmic processes. Household shrines received regular offerings, with family members performing small-scale versions of temple rituals adapted to domestic contexts. These practices embedded ceremonial consciousness in everyday experience, rather than restricting it to special occasions or locations. Occupational groups maintained their own distinctive ritual traditions, honoring patron deities associated with their specific activities. Merchants conducted elaborate ceremonies before trading journeys, with special offerings to supernatural powers who provided protection during travel. Craftspeople honored transformation, deities appropriate to their creative processes. Farmers performed ceremonies at each agricultural stage, from soil preparation through harvest, acknowledging the specific divine forces influencing each aspect of food production. The sacred ballgame represented a distinctive ritual activity, combining athletic competition with cosmic symbolism. Played on eye-shaped courts with a solid rubber ball, propelled primarily by hips and thighs, the game reenacted celestial movements and mythological battles between cosmic forces. Court orientation aligned with astronomical phenomena, while the ball's movement symbolized solar and stellar trajectories. Some contexts included sacrificial outcomes for game participants, though these represented exceptional rather than standard practice despite popular misconceptions. Community identity found powerful expression through local festival traditions centered on patron-deity relationships. Each city-state within the broader regional system maintained special connections with particular divine forces, celebrated through distinctive ceremonial forms reflecting local history and concerns. When the Triple Alliance incorporated new territories, they typically allowed these local practices to continue alongside imposed imperial observances, creating layered ceremonial systems that respected community traditions while establishing overarching political religious framework. The new fire ceremony, marking each 52-year calendar completion, represented the most dramatic indigenous ritual. As the two calendar cycles prepared to realign, anxiety grew about whether the world would continue or face destruction. All flames throughout the region were extinguished, creating unprecedented darkness as people destroyed household items, fasted, and observed ritual restrictions. Ceremonial specialists observed the Pleiades passing overhead at midnight, confirming cosmic continuation through their movement. A sacrificial participant then provided the chest cavity where the new sacred fire was kindled using friction sticks, with runners carrying this flame throughout the region to relight household and temple fires. And when the fire was given to the people, there was much rejoicing. Records one account of this ceremony. They knew that there would be another cycle. This dramatic ritual perfectly encapsulated the native understanding that cosmic continuation required human ceremonial participation. The darkness and uncertainty preceding fire renewal embodied existential vulnerability, while the carefully managed ceremonial response demonstrated human capability to maintain universal order through appropriate ritual action. For ordinary people, this ceremonial system provided both pragmatic calendar for agricultural planning and meaningful participation in cosmic processes. The regular progression of monthly celebrations created a familiar annual rhythm, integrating seasonal changes, agricultural necessities, and theological understanding. Even when not directly participating in major state ceremonies, community members experienced these events through public processions, distinctive soundscapes, and temporary market activities associated with specific festivals. This integration embedded cosmic consciousness in everyday experience, rather than separating sacred and secular domains. The dramatic disruption of this ceremonial system during Spanish conquest created profound disorientation beyond mere political defeat. When conquerors destroyed temple complexes, killed ritual specialists, and prohibited ceremonial observations, they dismantled not merely religious practices, but the entire framework organizing time, communal identity, and cosmic relationship. Some practices continued secretly or in blended forms, incorporating Christian elements. But the integrated ceremonial system that had structured indigenous existence suffered irreparable fragmentation. The sophisticated calendar calculations underlying native ritual practices reveal remarkable mathematical and astronomical accomplishment, often overshadowed by focus on blood sacrifice. Ceremonial specialists tracked Venus cycles, predicted eclipses, and reconciled solar and lunar movements with impressive accuracy. Their mathematical system, using base 20 calculation and sophisticated positional notation, allowed precise long-term projections necessary for maintaining ceremonial timing across generations. These practical achievements demonstrate that indigenous ritual practices rested on substantial empirical observation rather than merely arbitrary tradition. Archaeological evidence confirms the impressive material infrastructure supporting this ceremonial system. Excavations at the Templo Mayor and other sacred sites have revealed elaborate offering caches containing precisely arranged objects symbolizing cosmic principles, specialized structures for housing ritual specialists, preparing ceremonial participants, and storing necessary equipment surrounded major temples. The extensive tribute system, documented in imperial records, shows significant resources dedicated specifically to obtaining materials required for proper ceremonial observance, demonstrating substantial economic investment in ritual maintenance. The central Mexican ceremonial system thus represented far more than superstitious practice or mere political control mechanism. Their sophisticated ritual framework integrated astronomical observation, agricultural necessity, mythological understanding, and community identity into a comprehensive approach to cosmic maintenance. Through precisely timed blood offerings and elaborate ceremonial performances, they understood themselves as essential participants in universal processes rather than mere beneficiaries of divine favor. This perspective created a distinctive religious consciousness focused on reciprocal obligation rather than supplication, positioning humans as necessary contributors to cosmic continuation rather than passive worshippers of independent divine powers. Among the most distinctive ritual practices of ancient Mesoamerica stands the sacred ballgame, known in Nahuatl as Ullamaliztli. Far more than mere athletic competition, this sophisticated activity combined sport, religious ceremony, political negotiation, and cosmic symbolism into a single compelling cultural institution. For the indigenous peoples of central Mexico, who inherited this ancient tradition from earlier civilizations, the ball game represented both connection to prestigious ancestry and ongoing participation in fundamental universal processes that maintain divine order. The physical setting consisted of specialized eye-shaped courts, tlachtli or tlachco, constructed throughout the region. Archaeological excavations have identified over 1,500 ball courts scattered across Mesoamerica, with examples ranging from simple earthen playing areas in small communities to elaborate stone courts with vertical walls, intricate carved panels, and temple structures in major centers. The distinctive eye shape created a narrow central alley with wider end zones, establishing the boundaries within which play occurred. The game itself involved propelling a solid rubber ball, ranging from the size of a softball to that of a basketball depending on regional variation, primarily using hips and thighs rather than hands or feet. Participants wore specialized protective gear, including thick padded belts, knee guards, and sometimes stone palms, manoplas, for occasional ball handling. The basic objective involved keeping the ball in motion and directing it towards specific scoring zones, though particular rules varied across regions and time periods. The ball is round, the ball has movement, states one poetic description. The court has boundaries. The court has direction. This simple observation contains profound theological implications, with the moving ball representing celestial bodies, while the court embodied ordered universal space. The east-west alignment of many courts reinforced these solar associations, with ball movement tracking the sun's daily journey. The rubber ball itself, made from latex extracted from the indigenous Castilla elastica tree, carried inherent sacred associations through its bouncing unpredictability, suggesting supernatural animation. The mythological foundations for this practice appear in various Mesoamerican narratives, most elaborately in the Quiche Maya text Popol Vuh, which describes underworld ballgame contests between hero twins and death deities. While central Mexican accounts provide less detailed game mythology, archaeological evidence confirms similar conceptual understanding through consistent court symbolism. Ball courts functioned as liminal spaces, thresholds between realms where controlled conflict could mediate between opposing forces represented by competing teams. The central alley where play occurred symbolized the Earth's surface, while the sloped or vertical side walls represented transitions to upper and lower spiritual domains. In this symbolic framework, the ball's movement between these zones enacted universal processes: the sun's daily journey, the moon's phases, Venus transitions, or souls moving between life and death. The specialized playing gear transformed participants from ordinary humans into conduits for these celestial forces, their movements enacting divine patterns rather than merely demonstrating athletic prowess. Beyond these spiritual associations, the ball game served practical social and political functions within society. Matches conducted between representatives of different communities or political entities provided controlled contexts for working through tensions that might otherwise erupt into open warfare. The substantial wagering that accompanied major games redistributed wealth through non-military channels, while creating shared investment in peaceful competition. The public spectacle of important matches reinforced community bonds while demonstrating the elite's connection to prestigious ancestral traditions. Through the ball game, disputes find resolution, notes one account, highlighting this conflict management function. Historical records document instances where territorial disputes, tribute disagreements, or succession questions received partial resolution through ball game outcomes. While not replacing military options, these ceremonial contests provided alternative pathways for addressing conflicts that might otherwise escalate into more destructive forms of competition. The ritual framework transformed potentially divisive competition into socially constructive interaction. The connection between ball game and sacrifice appears consistently in archaeological and historical evidence, though with important nuances often overlooked in popular accounts. Rather than routine sacrifice of all losing players, as sometimes portrayed in contemporary media, most games concluded without human offerings. However, certain ceremonial contexts, particularly those explicitly recreating mythological precedents or marking major calendar transitions, did incorporate sacrificial outcomes for specific participants. These special cases represented religiously significant exceptions rather than standard practice. For these sacrificial contexts, the ball game created meaningful framework, transforming death from mere elimination into spiritual participation. Players in such ceremonial matches understood the potential outcomes before participation, with those selected for sacrifice often receiving special status, elaborate preparation, and distinctive afterlife destinations. The vertical stone rings mounted on some ball court walls played particular roles in these sacrificial contexts, with successful shots through these challenging targets potentially determining sacrificial selection or offering alternatives to predetermined outcomes. The rubber ball itself carried profound symbolic associations with heart sacrifice through shared spherical form and bouncing movement suggesting animation. In some contexts, the ball explicitly represented the human heart, with its trajectory across the court symbolizing the sun's movement, nourished by sacrificial offering. This connection appears visually in certain monuments, showing decapitated players with 7 serpents representing spraying blood, emerging from the neck, transforming the defeated player into a source of fertility, similar to sacrificial victims on temple platforms. Evidence for the ball game's significance appears abundantly in visual art, architecture, and material culture. Ceramic models of ball courts complete with miniature players demonstrate the game's cultural prominence. Stone yokes, palmers, and hachas, depicting elaborately attired ball players, survive as ceremonial versions of actual playing equipment. The consistent placement of ball courts near major temple complexes throughout the region indicates the activity's religious significance rather than merely recreational function. Although primarily an elite male activity in its most formal manifestations, the ball game incorporated broader participation through variant forms. Children practiced simpler versions as both play and preparation for potential future ceremonial roles. Evidence suggests women participated in certain contexts, particularly games associated with fertility deities or agricultural cycles. Community festivals often included ball game exhibitions with varying degrees of formality, allowing wider participation than the most religiously significant matches restricted to specially trained players. The training required for competitive ball play began in childhood, for those selected for this specialized role. Young men from noble families, showing particular aptitude, received instruction in both technical skills and ritual significance. The physical demands, propelling a heavy rubber ball, using primarily hip and thigh contact while avoiding injury, required extensive practice and conditioning. Simultaneously, these training programs instilled understanding of the symbolic significance underlying the apparently athletic activity, preparing participants for their role as embodiments of divine forces rather than mere competitors. This ancient tradition originated long before the post-classical period, with archaeological evidence documenting forms of ritual ball play dating back to at least 1700 BCE in earlier Mesoamerican cultures. The continuity of this practice across millennia and throughout diverse cultural regions testifies to its profound significance and adaptability. Later, Central Mexican contributions involved integrating this ancestral tradition into their specific religious framework, while maintaining connection to its historical prestige. When Spanish conquerors encountered the Mesoamerican ball game, they responded with fascination tinged with moral condemnation. Bernal Diaz del Castillo described the skill of Moctezuma's ball players with admiration, while other chroniclers focused on sacrificial associations to justify suppression of the practice. The rubber ball itself, previously unknown in Europe, created particular interest, with samples sent back to Spain, where its bouncing properties seemed magical to those unfamiliar with natural latex. Despite colonial prohibition, forms of the ball game persisted in remote regions, with derivatives still played in parts of northern Mexico today. Recent archaeological discoveries continue expanding understanding of the ball game's significance. Excavations at the Templo Mayor have uncovered offering caches containing miniature ball court models and player figurines, confirming the conceptual connection between temple sacrifice and ball game symbolism. Specialized acoustic features identified in certain ball courts suggests sound played important roles in the ceremonial experience, with ball impacts creating distinctive resonance patterns enhancing the ritual atmosphere. The enduring legacy of the Mesoamerican ball game extends beyond archaeological interest to influence contemporary cultural expressions. Modern Ullamar players in Western Mexico maintain adapted versions of this ancient tradition, while artists and writers draw inspiration from its rich symbolic associations. The ball game represents one of the most distinctive and sophisticated cultural achievements of ancient Mesoamerica, simultaneously addressing spiritual understanding, social regulation, political negotiation, and athletic excellence through a single integrated institution. For these ancient cultures, the ball game represented a perfect microcosm of their broader religious understanding. The necessity of cyclical motion, the productive tension between opposing forces, and the integration of competition within ordered ritual framework. Through this sophisticated ceremonial sport, abstract cosmological principles took physical form in athletic competition that simultaneously entertained, instructed, and maintained celestial balance. The court became a stage where divine drama played out through human participants, whose movements enacted sacred patterns established at the beginning of the current world age. The remarkable imperial expansion of central Mexico's dominant culture, from marginalized newcomers to regional power in just over a century, rested not merely on military prowess, but on a sophisticated theological framework that transformed warfare from mere territorial acquisition into sacred obligation. Their complex mythological system provided both motivation and justification for imperial growth while establishing distinctive patterns of conflict that differed significantly from European models of conquest. This integration of religious understanding with political expansion created a form of imperialism thoroughly embedded in celestial maintenance, rather than simply human ambition. At the heart of this framework stood Huitzilopochtli, the tribal patron deity elevated to cosmic significance through his identification as the blue Tezcatlipoca within the divine hierarchy. His mythology established warfare as sacred necessity rather than merely human enterprise. Born fully armed to battle his sister Coyolxauhqui and the star deities threatening his mother, Huitzilopochtli embodied martial energy directed toward maintaining divine order against chaos. The regular defeat of stars by the rising sun provided daily visible confirmation of this celestial pattern, with human warfare participating in, rather than merely imitating, this divine precedent. Huitzilopochtli demands hearts and blood, stated ritual pronouncements. The sun requires nourishment. This theological understanding transformed warfare from competition over resources or territory into sacred responsibility for feeding divine powers that sustain the current world age. Without regular offerings of sacrificial victims, primarily obtained through military conflict, the sun might lose strength in his daily battle against darkness, potentially triggering collapse of the fifth sun and universal destruction. This spiritual framework elevated ordinary military activity into essential participation in maintaining existence itself. The distinctive practice of flowery wars emerged directly from this religious understanding. Unlike conventional warfare aimed at territorial conquest, these ritualized conflicts specifically sought sacrificial captives rather than land or tribute. Conducted according to formal arrangements with neighboring states like Tlaxcala and Huexotzingo, these ceremonial battles established designated locations and times for combat, with participants seeking to capture rather than kill opponents. The resulting prisoners supplied necessary offerings for major religious ceremonies, while providing military training under controlled conditions. The terminology surrounding warfare reflected these sacred associations. Captives were described as precious eagle cactus fruit, rather than merely defeated enemies, emphasizing their transformed status as sacred offerings rather than simply eliminated opponents. Warriors referred to the battlefield as the place of mist, suggesting liminal space where ordinary reality gave way to divine patterns. Military achievements earned titles with explicit religious significance rather than merely political or economic rewards, positioning successful warriors as spiritual specialists performing sacred service. The fundamental understanding of warfare as divine nourishment rather than mere conquest influenced their approach to imperial expansion. Unlike European empires focused on territorial control, resource extraction, and direct governance, this indigenous system prioritized tribute collection, sacrificial procurement, and religious domination, while often leaving local political structures intact under imperial oversight. This approach reflected their understanding that universal maintenance required specific offerings rather than complete cultural transformation or territorial occupation. War opens the road to the sun, explained one military instruction text. This perspective transformed imperial expansion from mere political ambition into religious necessity, creating distinctive patterns of growth focused on establishing tributary relationships and ceremonial dominance rather than direct colonization. Conquered territories maintained substantial local autonomy, provided they delivered required tribute, acknowledged religious supremacy, and participated in imperial ceremonial cycles. This arrangement reduced administrative costs while fulfilling the primary religious motivation for expansion. The warrior societies, Eagle and Jaguar Knights, functioned simultaneously as military orders and religious brotherhoods with specialized ritual responsibilities. Members underwent rigorous training in both combat techniques and theological understanding, learning to perceive their martial activities within spiritual frameworks rather than merely pragmatic contexts. The distinctive regalia of these orders, elaborate costumes transforming warriors into terrestrial embodiments of celestial and underworld powers, visually demonstrated this fusion of military and religious identity. Entry into these prestigious orders required specific battlefield achievements, primarily capturing rather than killing opponents. The emphasis on taking live prisoners for sacrifice, rather than maximizing enemy casualties, created distinctive tactical approaches favoring controlled combat over mass slaughter. Warriors learned specialized restraint techniques for immobilizing opponents without serious injury, ensuring suitable condition for later ceremonial use. This requirement for live captives substantially influenced military development, creating fighting styles focused on selective incapacitation rather than maximizing fatalities. Archaeological evidence confirms the integration of military and religious elements in central Mexican society. Warrior imagery dominated temple decoration, with elaborate sculptures depicting eagles and jaguars consuming human hearts. Offering caches buried within temple platforms frequently contained military equipment, alongside more obviously religious items, physically manifesting the conceptual fusion of martial and sacred domains. The physical layout of Tenochtitlan itself placed military training facilities in close proximity to major temples, spatially expressing their functional interconnection. The nobility maintained particularly close connections to this warrior religious framework. Young nobles received specialized military training in the Kalmakak schools attached to major temples, learning both combat techniques and the mythological understanding necessary for proper interpretation of their martial roles. Adult nobles retained active combat responsibilities regardless of administrative positions, personally participating in military campaigns rather than merely directing them. This integration helped prevent separation between political leadership and divine service that might otherwise develop in complex imperial systems. The distinctive afterlife destination for warriors killed in battle or sacrifice, the House of the Sun, where they would accompany the sun during its daily journey across the sky before eventually returning as hummingbirds or butterflies, provided powerful motivation beyond immediate social recognition. This specialized paradise, reserved for those who died in spiritually significant ways rather than through ordinary means, transformed battlefield risk from mere danger into opportunity for transcendent destiny unavailable through other life paths. The resulting motivation surpassed simple patriotism or material reward, creating warriors willing to accept extraordinary risks for sacred purposes. For ordinary citizens, this mythological framework transformed their relationship to imperial expansion from mere subjection to participation in universal maintenance. The regular processions of captured warriors through Tenochtitlan's streets before major ceremonies provided visible confirmation that celestial obligations were being fulfilled, potentially preventing catastrophic disruption of the fifth sun. Tax burdens supporting military campaigns gained justification through this divine necessity, rather than merely funding elite ambitions. The impressive temple complexes built using tribute resources provided tangible evidence of properly maintained sacred relationships. The mythological validation for warfare influenced diplomatic practice and international relations. Imperial emissaries offered newly encountered territories, opportunities to acknowledge religious supremacy and provide appropriate tribute voluntarily before military consequences ensued. These diplomatic initiatives often included elaborate explanations of divine responsibilities, requiring specific tributary arrangements, positioning potential conquest as spiritual necessity rather than merely imperial ambition. Resistance to these arrangements received interpretation as opposition to universal order rather than merely legitimate political independence. They refused the gods, states one account explaining military action against a resistant community. They rejected the sacred obligation. This framing transformed imperial aggression from optional policy choice into unavoidable spiritual responsibility, providing psychological reinforcement for military participants while justifying harsh treatment of those who resisted. The religious framework simultaneously motivated expansion while establishing conceptual limits on imperial demands, which needed to maintain at least nominal connection to genuine sacred requirements rather than merely extractive exploitation. The practical implementation of this mythological framework appeared most visibly in the great ceremonial complexes constructed throughout the empire. The Templo Mayor of Tenochtitlan, with its dual shrines to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, physically embodied the twin foundations of imperial power: military conquest and agricultural fertility. The massive Coyolxauhqui relief at the temple base, depicting Huitzilopochtli's dismembered sister, provided constant visual reminder of the divine battle pattern that human warfare continued. When sacrificial victims' hearts were extracted and their bodies tumbled down the temple's stairs onto this stone, the mythological precedent received direct reenactment. Imperial expansion carried spiritual implications through its directional symbolism. The indigenous understanding of space associated cardinal directions with specific colors, elements, and divine powers, creating distinctive significance for territorial growth in different directions. Southern conquests held particular importance for Huitzilopochtli worship, as this direction specifically associated with the blue Tezcatlipoca. Eastern expansion connected to rising sun symbolism, while Western territories resonated with feminine divine associations of that direction. This directional symbolism influenced both strategic priorities and tributary arrangements with conquered regions. The imperial system faced its greatest challenge when encountering the Tarascan Empire to the west, whose advanced metallurgical capabilities and distinctive religious system created military parity these central Mexican forces had not previously experienced. This unprecedented situation required theological adjustment, as the sacred framework had not prepared them for permanent limitations on divinely mandated expansion. The resulting accommodation, shifting focus to other directions while maintaining ritual hostility toward Tarascan territories, demonstrated both the flexibility and constraints of mythologically justified imperialism. When Spanish conquistadors arrived on the eastern coast in 1519, the indigenous leadership initially interpreted their appearance through existing mythological frameworks, rather than recognizing the unprecedented threat they represented. The complicated response of Moctezuma Xocoyotzin reflected genuine theological confusion rather than merely political indecision, as conflicting mythological interpretations suggested contradictory responses to these strange newcomers. The resulting strategic paralysis contributed significantly to imperial collapse, demonstrating both the strengths and vulnerabilities of myth-based political systems when encountering entirely novel challenges. The mythological dimensions of this imperialism created distinctive colonial patterns, visible in archaeological evidence throughout central Mexico. Unlike colonial systems focused on resource extraction or settlement expansion, indigenous imperial architecture emphasized ceremonial structures, demonstrating religious dominance rather than administrative facilities supporting direct governance. Conquered communities maintained substantial cultural autonomy, provided they participated in imperial religious frameworks and delivered required tribute, creating heterogeneous territories rather than homogenized colonial possessions. This approach to empire building reflected sophisticated understanding of both practical governance limitations and divine necessities. By focusing imperial demands on specific religious requirements rather than comprehensive cultural transformation, the central Mexican powers created sustainable tributary relationships, requiring minimal administrative oversight. The spiritual framework simultaneously provided motivation for expansion, justification for tribute demands, and psychological rewards for participants, creating a remarkably effective imperial system despite limited technological advantage over neighboring states. For the conquered peoples incorporated into this imperial system, the religious framework offered partial integration options without requiring complete cultural abandonment. Local deities could receive identification with aspects of the central Mexican divine hierarchy, creating syncretic relationships that acknowledged imperial dominance while preserving indigenous traditions. Community leaders could gain prestige through participation in imperial ceremonies while maintaining local authority roles. These accommodation pathways facilitated imperial growth while reducing resistance costs that might otherwise exceed tributary benefits. The specific mythological framework underpinning this imperialism helps explain both its remarkable rapid success and its vulnerability to unprecedented challenges. By transforming warfare from optional policy choice into cosmic necessity, this religious understanding created extraordinary motivation and social cohesion around imperial expansion. Simultaneously, the specific patterns established through mythological precedent created blind spots when encountering entirely novel situations lacking clear divine parallels. The resulting system demonstrated remarkable effectiveness within anticipated parameters, while struggling to adapt to completely unexpected developments. The mythological dimensions of imperial ideology extended beyond elite justification to influence commoner experiences directly. Ordinary citizens participated in victory celebrations, witnessed captive processions, contributed labor for temple construction, and attended sacrificial ceremonies that visibly demonstrated universal maintenance through imperial success. Unlike colonial systems, where ordinary people might perceive imperial activities as distant, elite concerns, this indigenous framework directly connected commoner religious understanding with imperial expansion, creating broad-based support for military activities justified through shared spiritual understanding. This mythologically grounded approach to warfare and empire building created one of history's most distinctive imperial systems, neither merely pragmatic power accumulation nor simple religious fanaticism. This framework integrated practical governance with spiritual understanding in a sophisticated system addressing both material and metaphysical concerns. Their approach demonstrated remarkable effectiveness within cultural parameters, established through centuries of Mesoamerican development, creating distinctive patterns of conquest, tribute, and governance thoroughly embedded in religious understanding, rather than merely utilizing it as secondary justification. The swift collapse of the central Mexican Empire following Spanish arrival represents one of history's most dramatic imperial transitions, transforming the region's dominant power into conquered territory within just 2 years. Beyond the military, technological, and epidemiological factors commonly cited in historical accounts, this remarkable transformation involved profound spiritual dimensions that influenced both indigenous responses and Spanish strategies. The complex interplay between prophecy, calendrical timing, and religious interpretation created a context where mythology influenced historical outcomes as significantly as material factors. When Hernán Cortés and his expedition landed on the Gulf Coast in April 1519, the date itself carried deep significance within indigenous calendrical understanding. The year Se Acatl, one reed, in their calendar system held strong associations with Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent deity whose mythology included prophetic elements regarding future return. The intricate relationship between this divine figure and the legendary Toltec ruler Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl, who reportedly departed eastward with promises to return, created interpretive frameworks that would significantly influence initial responses to these bearded strangers arriving from the eastern waters. 8 omens preceded the arrival of the strangers, record indigenous accounts compiled after the conquest. These prophetic signs, reportedly observed in the decade before Spanish arrival, included unusual celestial phenomena, spontaneous temple fires, strange voices heard at night, and monstrous beings with 2 heads. While possibly enhanced through post-conquest reinterpretation, contemporary sources confirm that Moctezuma Xocoyotzin, the ruler, maintained specialized diviners tasked with interpreting unusual events, and had expressed concern about potential threats to imperial stability before the Spanish appeared. The possibility that these newcomers might represent Quetzalcoatl's prophesied return created genuine theological confusion rather than merely political indecision. Various accounts of Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl described him as having lighter skin than indigenous populations and facial hair uncommon among Mesoamerican peoples. His promised return from the eastern waters aligned uncomfortably well with Spanish arrival circumstances. If these strangers truly represented divine manifestation rather than merely human visitors, appropriate response required careful spiritual discernment rather than simply military reaction. Moctezuma's initial strategy of sending lavish gifts to the Spanish while attempting to prevent their approach to Tenochtitlan, reflected this religious uncertainty rather than simply diplomatic maneuvering. The specific items selected for these offerings, gold discs representing the sun, specialized ritual ornaments, and items associated with particular deities, constituted ritual acknowledgement of potential divine status, rather than merely impressive presence. This approach aligned with traditional practices for addressing uncertain supernatural manifestations, combining respectful acknowledgement with cautious distance pending clearer identification. "Are you he who was foretold?" Moctezuma reportedly asked upon finally meeting Cortés in Tenochtitlan. "I have kept the throne merely as your steward." While possibly embellished in Spanish accounts, this reported greeting reflects genuine theological possibilities under consideration rather than merely diplomatic language. If the newcomers genuinely represented Quetzalcoatl's return, resistance would constitute spiritual transgression rather than legitimate defense. This religious uncertainty created strategic paralysis, precisely when decisive response might have proven most effective. The timing of Spanish arrival within broader indigenous calendrical cycles compounded this interpretive challenge. The Fifth Sun Age had progressed significantly since its inception around 3114 BCE, according to native calculations, potentially approaching its predetermined conclusion. Various prophetic traditions suggested major transitions occurred at calendar cycle completions, with the most recent New Fire ceremony having taken place just decades earlier in 1507. This temporal positioning within divine cycles heightened sensitivity to potential signs of major world transformation, aligning with Spanish appearance. Cortés and his companions, though lacking detailed understanding of indigenous theology, recognized and exploited the religious uncertainty they encountered. Spanish accounts emphasize instances where conquistadors deliberately aligned themselves with local expectations, presenting themselves as fulfillments of regional prophecies rather than merely foreign intruders. Their strategic alliance with Tlaxcala and other Triple Alliance enemies further exploited theological vulnerabilities by demonstrating that entities within the familiar Mesoamerican world rejected established religious frameworks, undermining confidence in traditional cosmological understanding. The Spanish decision to destroy visible religious symbols while replacing them with Christian alternatives reflected practical understanding of theological dominance rather than merely religious zeal. By physically removing deity images from temples and replacing them with crosses and Mary statues, the conquistadors directly challenged the sacred framework that had supported imperial legitimacy. These actions targeted the material anchors of indigenous religious understanding, creating visible evidence of divine abandonment that undermined resistance more effectively than merely military defeats. The Noche Triste, Sad Night, of June 30th, 1520, when indigenous forces temporarily expelled the Spanish from Tenochtitlan, represented brief resurgence of theological clarity overcoming earlier confusion. Under leadership of Cuitlahuac, who replaced the imprisoned Moctezuma, the people decisively rejected interpretations of the Spanish as divine manifestations, instead recognizing them as human enemies threatening sacred order. This theological shift enabled coordinated resistance that nearly destroyed the Spanish expedition, demonstrating the practical military consequences of religious interpretation in this context. The subsequent Spanish reconquest benefited significantly from the devastating smallpox epidemic that swept through Tenochtitlan during the siege, killing Cuitlahuac and countless others. Beyond the obvious demographic impact, this unprecedented disease carried theological implications as divine abandonment. undermining confidence in traditional religious frameworks at the most critical moment. The visible failure of established ritual practices to address this catastrophic illness suggested spiritual support had shifted toward the newcomers, creating psychological impacts beyond merely reducing defensive capabilities. For many indigenous communities witnessing these events, practical decisions about resistance or accommodation involved theological assessment as significantly as military calculation. Communities that accepted Spanish baptism while transferring traditional religious concepts to Christian frameworks found sacred justification for their accommodation. Those maintaining traditional practices despite Spanish pressure similarly based their resistance on spiritual understanding rather than merely political independence. These diverse responses reflect sophisticated attempts to maintain cosmological orientation amid unprecedented disruption rather than simply pragmatic survival strategies. The rapid physical transformation of sacred geography following Spanish victory reflected understanding that theological dominance required material manifestation. Churches built directly atop temple platforms, sometimes using the actual stones from dismantled sacred structures, created visible evidence of spiritual transition rather than merely architectural convenience. The systematic targeting of codices, ritual objects, and other religious paraphernalia during early colonial periods similarly aimed at eliminating material anchors for traditional understanding, forcing theological reorientation through removal of physical reminders. Despite these coordinated efforts, elements of indigenous religious understanding persisted through various syncretic adaptations. Christian saints received identification with traditional deities based on shared attributes or functions. Catholic ritual calendar observances aligned with pre-existing ceremonial cycles where possible, creating continuity beneath apparent replacement. Native communities maintained traditional, cosmological understanding through reinterpretation rather than merely preservation, adapting theological frameworks to accommodate new realities while retaining core principles regarding human relationship to divine forces. The concepts of cyclical time and cosmic ages proved particularly persistent, influencing indigenous interpretations of Spanish conquest as transitional phase rather than absolute ending. Just as previous world ages had concluded through catastrophic transformation before new creation emerged, the current disruption could represent similar pattern rather than merely terminal destruction. This perspective offered psychological resilience amid devastating circumstances, suggesting current suffering participated in comprehensible spiritual processes rather than merely senseless devastation. For Spanish religious authorities attempting to establish Christianity, these persistent indigenous theological frameworks presented significant challenges beyond merely replacing external practices. Native catechists and religious specialists developed sophisticated syncretic interpretations that maintained traditional cosmological understanding beneath apparently Christian observance. Early colonial era documents reveal complex theological negotiations rather than simple replacement, with indigenous communities selectively incorporating Christian elements that resonated with established understandings while reinterpreting others to maintain spiritual coherence. The prophetic traditions regarding Quetzalcoatl's return contained internal ambiguities that influenced these interpretation challenges. Some accounts described the returning deity bringing positive transformation and renewed golden age, while others suggested potential catastrophic disruption of existing order. This prophetic ambivalence created interpretive flexibility that complicated initial responses while later facilitating syncretic adaptations. treating Spanish arrival as fulfillment of genuine indigenous prophecy, rather than merely external imposition requiring total rejection. Archaeological evidence from early colonial contexts reveals the material dimension of these theological negotiations. Religious objects carefully buried, rather than surrendered for destruction. Hybrid artifacts incorporating both Christian and indigenous elements, and architectural features subtly maintaining traditional sacred alignments within apparently European structures, all demonstrate active negotiation rather than passive acceptance. These material strategies preserved essential elements of traditional understanding, while outwardly conforming to colonial religious requirements. Contemporary indigenous communities throughout Mexico continue embodying these theological negotiations through religious practices that maintain core cosmological understanding within nominally Catholic frameworks. The Day of the Dead represents perhaps the most visible example, with traditional understandings of cyclical time, permeable boundaries between spiritual realms, and ongoing relationships with ancestors persisting beneath Christian vocabulary and timing. These enduring patterns demonstrate the remarkable resilience of core theological frameworks, despite centuries of systematic opposition. The fall of the empire thus represents far more than merely military defeat or colonial transfer. The complex theological dimensions of this transition, prophetic interpretation, calendrical timing, and religious adaptation, influenced both initial responses and long-term cultural negotiations as significantly as material factors. The sophisticated indigenous engagement with unprecedented challenges reveals not superstitious limitation, but theological creativity, as communities attempted to maintain cosmological orientation amid devastating transformation that threatened fundamental understanding of human relationship to divine powers. This spiritual dimension helps explain both the rapidity of initial imperial collapse and the remarkable persistence of core cultural elements despite centuries of systematic opposition. The prophetic ambiguity surrounding Spanish arrival created temporary strategic paralysis at crucial moments when coordinated resistance might have proven most effective. Simultaneously, the sophisticated sacred understanding embedded in indigenous culture provided interpretive frameworks for comprehending even catastrophic disruption within meaningful patterns, enabling cultural continuity beneath apparent replacement. These theological aspects remain essential for understanding this pivotal historical transition beyond merely military or technological explanations. The spiritual vision that guided ancient Mesoamerican civilization did not vanish with imperial collapse, but transformed, adapting to radically altered circumstances, while preserving core insights through various cultural expressions. 5 centuries after Spanish conquest, elements of this ancient wisdom continue influencing contemporary identity, artistic expression, political discourse, and religious practice throughout Mexico and beyond. This remarkable persistence testifies to the sophisticated insights embedded within indigenous understanding of human relationship to cosmic forces. In contemporary communities throughout central Mexico, traditional cosmic understanding maintains vital presence beneath superficial Catholic frameworks. The careful observer notices how Christian saints receive offerings appropriate to pre-conquest deities with similar attributes or functions. San Isidro, patron of agriculture, receives ceremonies suspiciously similar to those once directed toward Tlaloc. The Virgin of Guadalupe, whose basilica stands near a former Tonantzin shrine, continues receiving devotions reflecting indigenous understanding of divine feminine presence. The rain still requires acknowledgement, explains one traditional specialist from a Nahua community. The saints may have new names, but the sacred reciprocity remains the same. This perspective reveals how core theological principles, mutual obligation between human and divine realms, necessary maintenance of cosmic processes through ceremonial attention, and spatial understanding of sacred geography persist despite transformed vocabulary and imagery. The Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos, recognized internationally as quintessentially Mexican, represents perhaps the most visible contemporary manifestation of persistent indigenous understanding. While superficially aligned with Catholic All Saints and All Souls Days, the distinctive practices, elaborate offerings, marigold pathways, temporary household altars, and cemetery vigils maintain traditional understanding of cyclical time, permeable boundaries between cosmic realms, and ongoing relationships with ancestors. Agricultural practices throughout rural Mexico similarly maintain traditional understanding beneath practical techniques. Corn cultivation still incorporates ritual elements, acknowledging divine presence within this essential crop upon which human existence depends. The traditional milpa system, combining corn, beans, and squash in sustainable polyculture, preserves not merely effective agricultural method, but cosmic understanding of proper relationship between human cultivation and natural processes. Contemporary Mexican national identity draws extensively on ancient symbolic heritage, often transforming historical and religious elements into cultural and political expressions. The national flag prominently features the eagle on cactus image from Tenochtitlan's foundation mythology. Government buildings, public monuments, and official iconography incorporate numerous references to indigenous heritage, transforming religious symbolism into national cultural expression. The deliberate recovery and study of pre-conquest heritage since Mexican independence represents another significant legacy pathway. Scholars, artists, and cultural leaders have systematically documented, preserved, and reinterpreted indigenous traditions that colonial authorities attempted to eliminate. Major archaeological projects have recovered extensive material evidence of religious practice, providing tangible connection to cosmological understanding that written records alone might not fully convey. Artistic expressions across multiple media continue drawing inspiration from ancient mythology, adapting symbols and narratives for contemporary contexts. Muralists like Diego Rivera and José Clemente Orozco incorporated indigenous cosmological elements into public art, challenging European artistic dominance. Literary works from Octavio Paz to contemporary indigenous authors engage with concepts of time, duality, and sacrifice. Musical compositions, theatrical performances, and dance traditions maintain rhythmic patterns and movement vocabularies connected to pre-conquest ceremonial practices. Medical practices throughout many Mexican communities reveal another dimension of persistent influence. Traditional healers maintain understanding of plant properties, bodily processes, and healing methodologies developed through centuries of careful observation and systematic knowledge transmission. The conceptual framework organizing this practice often preserves pre-conquest understanding of health as proper balance between opposing forces, illness as disruption, requiring ceremonial as well as physical intervention, and healing as restoration of appropriate relationship, rather than merely mechanical repair. Environmental consciousness movements often draw explicitly on indigenous understandings of human relationship to natural systems. Traditional concepts of reciprocal obligation between human communities and more than human forces provide alternatives to extractive approaches dominating industrial development. Indigenous communities fighting against mining projects, dam construction, or deforestation often mobilize ancestral understanding of sacred reciprocity and intergenerational responsibility rather than merely economic arguments. Political movements, particularly those focused on indigenous rights and cultural autonomy, frequently invoke ancestral precedents to challenge colonial legacies. The Zapatista movement in Chiapas, while primarily Maya rather than Nahua in composition, employs imagery and concepts drawing partly on Mesoamerican heritage to articulate alternatives to neoliberal development models. Urban indigenous rights organizations similarly mobilize ancestral symbolism to challenge persistent discrimination and demand recognition of indigenous contributions to national identity. Culinary traditions throughout Mexico maintain perhaps the most widely experienced connection to ancient heritage. Corn preparation techniques, distinctive ingredients like chocolate and chili peppers, and flavor combinations developed over centuries continue defining Mexican cuisine despite numerous external influences. The ritual dimensions of food preparation and consumption often preserve elements of pre-conquest understanding regarding proper relationship to sustenance sources. The Mexico City Metropolitan Cathedral, built directly atop the former sacred precinct of Tenochtitlan, using stones from dismantled temples, perfectly symbolizes the complex layering of indigenous legacy. Beneath this imposing colonial structure lie the excavated remains of the Templo Mayor, now visible through archaeological windows into the pre-conquest past. This physical juxtaposition mirrors the cultural reality throughout Mexico, indigenous understanding persisting beneath imposed frameworks, occasionally revealed through careful examination, but never entirely erased, despite systematic efforts spanning centuries. The enduring legacy ultimately transcends mere historical curiosity to offer valuable perspectives on contemporary challenges. The sophisticated understanding of human embeddedness within natural systems provides alternatives to extractive approaches driving ecological crisis. The recognition of necessary balance between opposing forces offers guidance for societies facing increasing polarization. The awareness of cyclical patterns beneath apparent permanence reminds us that even the most stable seeming arrangements contain seeds of transformation. The ancient wisdom of Mesoamerica thus continues resonating across time and cultural boundaries, maintained through diverse cultural expressions, adapting core insights to changed circumstances. Beyond merely colorful historical footnote, this sophisticated cosmological understanding offers valuable perspectives on perennial human questions regarding proper relationship to natural forces, appropriate balance between individual and community, and meaningful response to inevitable cycles of creation and destruction.